Oh, sing along with the guineas already. Ah! Fuck. The crunching sound you just heard was, in fact, elbow plus furniture. I don't know what's changed. I'm catching this. Get some safety bumpers on it. I bet they can smell the salad from here. A gentleman. Throw them salad like a gladiator. Welcome to Banter. And I missed. There you go, little bit. There you go, little big man. Got you. And Fearless, good morning. Watto and welcome, friend. Hello, hello. And Megaboss, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. Coming in, friends, coming in. I'm partially supervising Nuggets, partially writing social media posts, partially existing in a state between both life and undeath. How you all doing? Hoffman, good morning. Watto, friend. Hello, hello. And Megaboss, the later starts aren't permanent. The later starts aren't permanent, so do not worry. I think pretty much from next week we'll be going back to noon starts from the most. Wolfgrad, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. Come on in, friends. Come on in. So Fearless, I was kind of having a thought while doing the schedule for yesterday, which is, why don't we just spend a day on Minerva's Den? Because Fearless was saying they've heard really good things about Minerva's Den, and it's a fascinating little snippet of kind of like gaming as a whole. I was like, wait a second, why don't we just spend the day like breaking it down? Oh, Midnight Skygus, Watto and welcome, hello, hello. And Wraith, well, I suppose a dark and dreary evening for yourself. But over here, Watto and welcome from once resembling snowy Seattle. It did actually snow this morning. It was a light dusting, but actual snow. So Wraith, actually, the Bezos bucks aren't stored in Minerva's Den. But Minerva's Den is directly underneath the Bezos vault. We're gonna Scrooge McDuck him, and by which I mean drain the pool. Hey, Megaboss, that's a superpower. Sorry, Megaboss was saying that the reason they knew things were kicking off live because little purple ring was next to my face. to Wet Paint Gaming, to Fire Straker. Watto and welcome! Oh shit! Strags are saying there's still snow aplenty up their way.
Yeah.
Oh, and Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass. How are you doing, you lovely mother hubbards? I'm partially throwing fistfuls of salad to the guinea pig. Amos!
Fine. Don't correct him unless he's done something wrong. Come on. Wait.
It is absolutely no worry. We're Paint Gaming! Come on in, friend, come on in. How are you all doing, you lovely mother hubbards? The Dark Tide comes out tomorrow. There hasn't been too much in video gamey drama, though there are some interesting banter points. The interesting one has been some discussions around From Software, which I find thoroughly fascinating. But I guess that's one to get into once people are here, because it's as much about like cultural development differences more than other things. But yeah. Also, I'm going to apologise now. Throughout the entirety of this week, this being the last great week of the great Jeffrey Bezos heist, the mission to steal money from Jazzy Jeffy B through the medium of his own platform. Last week, Folding Ideas put out a wonderful video, and the video is titled "It's Rude to Be Bad at World of Warcraft," and I have watched it like 2.5 times already, and it is exceptional. And it's one of the most fascinating deconstructions of how we play games, and has unfortunately introduced me to the term paratext, which was a term I didn't know I needed to describe and deconstruct video games until I heard it. Now that I have it, yeah, it's probably going to end up being dropped in a whole bunch. And Restless Watto. So Naru Hoodie, alright. And again, I am sorry, friends, that paratext is going to be my buzzword of the week, but it's so fascinating and it can be applied to games in so many myriad of ways. So as I understand it, paratext is an old term that comes from literary spaces, but it comes to mean the things around a book that can affect your perception of it and your understanding of it. So, for example, the cover art may shape how you see the main protagonist of a book. Even though it's not part of the book, it's just the fancy wrapping around it. That could be considered paratext. The other side of it is, I don't know, essays or breakdowns that give you a new insight and meaning into a book that then become part of the discussion and understanding of it can be considered paratext. But in video games, oh boy, we have it like nobody else. And I'll give you the TLDR that Dan Olsen talks about the idea that if you're playing World of Warcraft, things like Wowhead and Thoughtbot and a bunch of third-party sites that aren't part of the game become essential to playing and progressing. Sorry, Electric Salt, Secretly Robin, Shorterus, I don't think I said a proper hello. Caffeine, Watto and welcome, friends. Marshall Raya, welcome. Hello, hello. Cheers to you all. So Fearless, I would disagree that Fextra Life is paratext, but Vita Vidya, where the guy whose name I can never pronounce, who does the Prepare to Cry series, that could absolutely be considered paratext. Because it gives you a depth and understanding of the title far beyond. The interesting thing about the concept of paratext in World of Warcraft is that you can't raid at a certain level without having mods and add-ons, things that are made by third parties that reconstruct and recontextualize parts of the game. The great example that Dan used that has kind of blown my mind out the back of my squishy head is Threat. Now, if you haven't played MMOs, or if you didn't waste your life like I did dancing around World of Warcraft, Threat might not be such a big deal. The TLDR of it is... Sorry, let me throw some more salad for my nugget babies. Salad for the babies. Salad for the babies. I'm just literally casting handfuls of salad. Okay, so Threat was a mechanic by which it would decide who the boss was going after, essentially. The idea being is that whoever was being the loudest, whoever was being the most aggressive, the fightiest, would be the person that the boss would target. And it's the job of the tank to maintain that threat, to maintain that focus. But this was a mechanic that in the early Warcraftian days wasn't detailed. It wasn't a measurement or a number that you could understand. There wasn't anything to know other than just kind of feeling it out. And through the medium of mods later on, users were able to understand like what the bosses are doing, where they're going, what they're after. So this completely nebulous but key functionality that was within a game was only understandable via the memes. Via the medium of paratext. And now I start thinking about, like, holy crap, how many titles is that the case? I mean, shit, we could get into a whole days-long discussion about whether or not having numbers or health bars in Monster Hunter should be considered, like, against or full or what have you. Restless Roots, Pokemon IVs is definitely an example. Bismarck. That's a complicated one. But there is something that we have in gaming that other places don't, which is like a non-spoken understanding of communication, which we don't really convey in our art. Sorry, Bismarck was saying Discord is paratext for Splatoon, and that's not an unfair thing to say. While Splatoon does come with a third-party app for voice communication, no one uses it. And if you wished to be good at Splatoon, you need to be part of a Discord that plays it, with people on voice comms, being coordinated, working together. It's a fascinating term, and there's so many different ways it can be applied to games that I'm just starting to think about now how best to understand a piece of art in the gaming space and all the varying factors that come together. So, you know, we've talked a lot about games literacy over the years, like how much you understand the language of video games, but, you know, paratext is like a whole nother level above. I mean, shit, you're mentioning Destiny. Like, Destiny is a game that, without using a third-party site, at least in its original, whole swaths of the game weren't available. Though it wasn't technically third-party, it was publisher-run. But to use something outside of the means, it's almost like a cross-media setup. And Fearless, I haven't even started applying it to the Blackout Club because, I mean, heck, that's a unique creation as a community-run setup. Holy crap, the bin bag! I know where all the heisters were! Fucking hell! Perios! What a welcome! Bleed Nora! Come on in, friends, come on in! Aperio's just casually bringing 70 people to come hang out. How are you doing, mate? How are you doing? And to those of you who have just joined us, what a welcome. If we have not met, my name is Will. It is lovely to make your acquaintance. This may shock you, but we are talking about the video games. Also, it is one whole day until the full release of Darktide. So excited. I was hoping to get to play it last night, but real life jumped in and... Anyway, so I still haven't started Darktide, despite getting it early. But yeah, how are you all doing, friends? Tell me your tales! Oh yeah, and sorry, I should probably introduce myself a little bit better. So yeah, to those of you who just joined us, I'm Will. I worked in the games industry for longer than I care to think about these days. And now I do this. Yeah, Darktide cometh. I'm also just throwing handfuls of salad at the guineas. There's like a little guinea pig pen just around the corner of jar. Salad rains from above. So yeah, how are you doing, friends?
Welcome, Raiders. This is a British person. He is not Monty Python, but it will have to do. Please don't leave.
Michael Palin, I ain't. But no, it is lovely to make all your acquaintances. How are you doing? Oh, nice! Well, electric salt, pour yourself a big old glass of whatever you fancy. Sorry, Electric Salt finished their PhD defense today, so congratulations. I didn't know this until, I'm ashamed to say, much later in life, but when you go for a PhD, what they call a PhD defense, you have to actually argue your shit. So, I am inspired by that. Honestly, if I had hours in a day, I would try and start doing some kind of PhD program just so I could get fighty about something I like. Sorry, and where are my fucking manners? Jackie, thank you for the $2, alright? Cheers to you. Robin's like, you can do that anyway. Yeah, but I'd need to find people who know as much or more than I do on any of my chosen subjects. And there aren't many of those people around. I tried to do a series with one bloke on indie games coming, but real life keeps getting in the way.
PhD idea, how it is not a cult, and the ways it is.
Get out! Bacon, thank you for the bits. Oh. So yeah, I do have 40k Darktide staring at me from my Steam library being like, you can join in anytime, Will! I know. Shit to do. Anyway, again, how are you all doing, friends? So yeah, I just want to apologise that you're all going to have to hear the term paratext a lot this week. You know, I gained a tool for the understanding of video games, and I'm gonna start chucking it around and see how it feels. Game news and discussion wise, the team behind Squad announced they're making a 12-player co-op Starship Troopers game. So that'll be fascinating. I doubt it'll have any of the...
To be fair, paratext tends to just be repeatedly without understanding.
Ah! Oh god. Sorry, Shackle just made me think about the game's media cycle. We've encountered parrot text more times than I can count. Also, I think it was Ego Raptor, Aaron Hansen, was putting out that they are absolutely dreading the era of YouTube video essays saying, actually, Elden Ring wasn't good, and here's why. To which I responded that I'm going to get heinously old man style drunk and just heckle them from the sidelines. But that's another story. And Wolfgrad, yeah, on the Starship Troopers game, it is... Let me grab my wish list. I know it's here somewhere. God, Steam is labyrinthian these days. I was like, why isn't it at the top? It's because it's by release date. Alright, here we go. So yeah, Starship Troopers Extermination. Currently Fiona is working on lining the guinea pig's cage. So the bolting you hear is guinea pig improvements happening to their abode. Anyway, I will admit that for as much as we talk about, you know, people missing the subtext of the Starship Troopers movie, I'm excited for the idea of a 12-player co-op game. Like, I'm down for that. I'm really down for that. What else has been going down? Oh, so there was the whole discussion around From Software, and I don't know if we want to get into that this morning, because it has been a fascinating read. I don't know if you've seen it doing the rounds. It hit gi.biz and a few other places, but there were a bunch of Glassdoor reviews. If you're not aware, Glassdoor is a site where people leave reviews of places they work or used to work. It's basically like public therapy. But a lot of people were leaving reviews of From Software, the developers of Elden Ring, Bloodborne, Soulsian games, Armored Core, the list goes on. And at the moment, in the games media space, there is a much higher scrutiny of crunch culture, which is good. Crunch is bad. Occasionally necessary, but never sustainable. Even if everyone keeps giving awards and praise to Naughty Dog, despite well-documented information that they crunch their team into a fine, powdery dust. But that's fine, I guess. Anyway, so some information came out yesterday about how the kind of hours that people were working at FromSoft. And a few people have been like, oh, the gasp! From Software, a video game company. They do crunch time for 2, sometimes 3 months. Oh God! And so I was like, oh man, that really sucks. Like, obviously I'm not pro-crunch by any means, but I started looking into it. And actually, culturally, it looks like FromSoft are the good guys. So at first glance, it seems kind of heinous. Like, they're asking people to work long hours for months at a time. Like, all the kind of stuff that we've been wailing against in like the English language territories and stuff like that. And then I started reading up on it, and compared to the Japanese average, they're like Happy Fun Time Summer Camp. Yeah, see, Naru Hoodie kind of hit the nail on the head. Like, the majority of, to my understanding, Japanese companies have this company culture where, you know, you live for the job. You sleep at your desk. You know, that's not for special occasions. That's the expected. And Japanese game development hasn't been immune to that. And it seems that comparable to their peers, like, From Software has a much, much better work culture. And it's fascinating. It's genuinely fascinating. Because, like, you know, I'm very much on the side of I'm happier for my games to look worse, be shorter, and cost more. I'd rather see my teams have much better quality of life and be able to make more games overall than kind of like burn everybody out in these short bursts.
When it's so bad that it becomes a cultural issue that folks aren't bothering to have a family because they would never see them anyway. It's not just a video games thing.
Yes. And I, you know, I'm by no means schooled in, you know, social politics or socioeconomics or anything like that, so I can only comment on like the slivers that I know. But again, like comparable to other Japanese companies, FromSoft's actually the good guys. Obviously, I'd love to see them, you know, get paid more and do better, but it was fascinating that none of the articles that I read up on were really looking at it through a cultural lens. So, I don't know, it was a fascinating point. It also shows that, you know, video game development culture isn't as international and ubiquitous as we often talk about. We're kind of guilty in the indie space for talking about everything under one bubble, but it's easy to forget that, especially in non-English language territories, there are these whole communities and spheres and spaces, like, either thriving or very not thriving, that go completely unnoticed. Oh no, see, Immortal End, it's not about praising them per se, but it's just like, we're a long, long way from the idealistic Star Trek future that hopefully we'll make it to. And we are still very, very, very influenced by whichever culture we are in. I mean, the two things to take away is that, you know, games, despite how we talk, are still not purely created in a bubble separate from the countries in which we develop them. But we do need to celebrate steps forward. You know, Immortal End is one of those situations where what needs to happen, I mean, aside from the death of capitalism, a huge overhaul of the entirety of the Japanese working culture. A step forward by one of the more successful individuals is something to celebrate. I know, I'm not trying to, you know, double speak by saying praise him, don't praise him. But like, Rockstar aren't good to their people. Rockstar, comparable to the rest of the industry, are really shite. And we've encountered this with a lot of like big publisher-owned AAA. You know what I mean? Whereas to find out that, you know, the international darling of the Japanese game development side is better across the curve, I don't know, that's something to take into consideration. Yeah, as Moose says, no art is created in a vacuum. And, you know, my friend used to say that it's sometimes best to think about video games similar to sculpture. In that the expensive thing is the person's time. And that, unfortunately, unless you want to be, like, whittling or carving rocks, if you want to do the big stuff, you've got to work out how to get paid first. And it's an interesting one. It's an interesting one. Oh, on the subject of studios that do good and are absolutely worth your support and time, the Suckpop Collective will be releasing their 100th game soon, and have detailed a bunch of stuff as to how they're going to be doing 100 more. Now, there is a group of people to absolutely support. One of the developers having... You know what? We won't go into the details of that, but one of the particular individuals did a kind of choose-your-own-adventure cycling game, which he made because he wanted to go out and about. He wanted to take a break from like traditional development work and go cycle and explore. And the studio not only supported that, but facilitated him creating art around that. That's really fucking cool. One of the problems I'm having with the current season of Mythic Quest... Oh, let me throw these two some more. I hate doing babies! Babies! There we go. Get you some good salad. One of the problems I'm having with the current season of Mythic Quest is it's moving further and further away from the realities of game development and moving into being more of a comedy, which is fine. But like one of the story arcs is they take a QA tester and pay for that QA tester to go to university to learn like programming, and it's one of those situations where I want that to be the case. I love the idea of big studios training up their staff and paying them for further education to kind of improve this. That never happens. It never happens. I've heard lots of teams talk about it, and aside from the big super corps that have it like locked into their overall structure, so places like Microsoft, it doesn't happen. And we talked about this during lockdown, that a lot of the GDC super talks, what are they called? It's not mentor, they're like masterclasses. A lot of the GDC masterclasses have basically grown out of this place of the huge companies that need to show that they are supporting and training their staff, but they work non-standard roles. So it kind of ends up being this self-performing loop. Oh yeah, and sorry, by all means avoid train to game. There are loads of those kind of like, we'll teach you how to make video games. But they make money by basically exploiting the ignorance and naivete of young'uns that want to make video games. River. And Jetman J, Watto friend, hello, hello. Wolfgrad, you do make a very, very interesting point. That in Japanese work culture, it's very common for people to pick a studio and stay with them. We see this practice a lot, and especially in the early days of game development, this was very much to their strengths. So, you know, like people like Miyamoto, you know, working and rising through the ranks through success, was feasible because of the solid structure of Nintendo as a company. Again, I can't comment on Japanese work culture other than a few anecdotal understandings, but I know my video games. Whereas we have very, very, very few like Western development houses that are still going. The flip side was that because of the structure of how those games were made, which I don't think would be unfair to say it was because of those cultural norms. Because of that, we saw kind of like a stagnation of Japanese like mid to AAA game development studios, which they're definitely clawing their way out of. Yeah. The irony, of course, being is that in games, if you wish to progress, like if you wish to make the big bucks, you absolutely need to jump between studios. If you ever find yourself at a AAA studio that is on the way to releasing one of the hottest games, I'm talking like a Cyberpunk or something like that, or potentially a darling. If you're not, this is very mercenary, by the way. If you are not on track to potentially get like rev share or any kind of like guaranteed bonuses from release, take a very high paid job on the run up to launch when the hype train is going, because in the video game space we are all fans of each other's work. And here's the thing, if you're working on the new hotness, someone who's got a large studio or someone who is a recruiter will want to poach you. They'll want to be able to say to their boss, oh shit, I didn't just get us a new technical artist, I've got us a technical artist from Shooty Gunbang Remastered 2. The remastered version of Shooty Gunbang 2? The very same. Like, whoa! It doesn't matter if Shooty Gunbang comes out and then is a complete disaster. You're already hop ship. Like, it's mercenary as fuck, but I've seen it work. I know one guy that went from, like 4 studios in 2 years, and by the time I saw him again, like the decimal place in his paycheck had moved the good way. Right, it's fucking fascinating. And...
What ho ho ho.
Hey, how you doing, Puns? What ho and welcome! Oh yeah, and Fearless, that's entirely true. Now, I know what I'm saying is very mercenary and kind of goes counter to... Oi, you two, be nice. You have plenty of salad. You're chittering at each other. They're not as bad as they usually are, because usually Pippin spends his entire time trying to find the lady guinea pigs, even though they're not there. Sorry, yeah, though this sounds very, very mercenary and very, very counter to the whole... you know, stick with a project, be there till the end, raise that flag. But I don't know. I think it's nice to know your options and your power when it comes to business. And let's be fucking honest, right now, everyone joining a AAA studio is doing that to pay bills. There are very few big projects that you can influence and feel like you have a hand in. And so what most people are doing is they go into a big studio, they stay there for the stability until they have enough either like knowledge or contacts, connections, or even money to make the game that they want to make. And then they do that. So, sorry friends, I took this onto a really weird tangent. Once again, how are you all doing? Hello. Puns, we did get snow. Although in our little weird microcosm, it's already started to warm up a little bit, so the snow has kind of turned into a general Seattle rain type scenario. As for what we are going to be doing today, friends, right, on the subject of video games, I would like to show you something special. So, was it last week? Week before? Week before. We did a bit of a deep dive into BioShock. We talked about how it was one of the introductions of meta-narrative elements. We talked about the clever things that it did in a AAA space that made people think, and how it was more than just, what if we put a coat of paint over System Shock 2? Now, as I'm sure you're aware, BioShock ended up becoming a trilogy, and BioShock 2 was kind of the confused child of the family. It was a return to Rapture with a bit of a flimsy plot and reason, and it never quite had the chance to capture that setup. When it came out to middling reviews. A lot of people praised the kind of the change of, you know, you playing as almost a Big Daddy type character with bigger and heavier weapons and plasmids, but overall just felt like it felt like a technical sequel, but it hadn't the spark of the original. You know, they added an antagonist type monster. It is what it is. And so nobody hated it, nobody loved it. BioShock 2 is usually the one people tell you to skip in the trilogy. But then Minerva's Den came out, and Minerva's Den was a standalone content DLC with far more of a focus on kind of like open world and unfurled story. That's what we're going to be doing today. Minerva's Den is one of those bits that comes up in any conversations about like DLC and expansion packs and things like that. It really felt like the team was able to take what they had created and really flex on that one. So I can give you like the briefest of overviews for BioShock 2. If you wish to go into it hard, BioShock 2 feels like a first pass, like an early access title that never got any more. Actually, and jumping back, Restless Roots, streams are for tangents. It's kind of what makes them awesome. Like, if we want to talk about like Japanese crunch culture, we can. If we want to talk about paratext some more, that is going to be my buzzword of the week. And if we want to talk about BioShock, you know I'm good. And see, Aparios, here's the thing. BioShock Infinite sits in one of those weird little spots that I do not dislike it as a game. Artistically, it says a lot of things that I have fucking beef with. And especially as, we'll say, as the general world progresses, I take a lot more umbrage with. There are things that it said that I felt were a bit ugh back in the day, and now I'm like, no, burn it down. But technically, it is spectacular. There's a lot of false steps in it that undermine its goodness, but it doesn't mean it wasn't. It's still discussed for a reason. And the idea of like the founding fathers as gods, no one's really done that proper. Fallout's danced with it, but it's such a hard thing to bring up in American culture. Like, oh boy. It's... yeah. Oh, and if you're wondering what it is I'm talking about, it's... so you have the floating city of Columbia in Bioshock Infinite. A floating kind of white picket fence style community that worships the founding fathers as gods, founded by one Jebediah Comstock or something. I don't think his actual name's Jebediah. Obviously, it's racist as all hell, and this is very bad. It's a flavor of... and when I say American idealism, I don't mean the idealism of people living in the US. I mean, if you took that, like, founding fathers as deities concept right through to its painful zenith, this is what you would get. The problem is that at about the midway point, the people overthrow Comstock. I know, shocking. And then it gets flipped with this, like, oh shit, maybe the rebels are as bad as the... no. That's the point where it... that's the point where it biffs it. And then you start looking at what else it says artistically, and it gets really uncomfortable. Oh yeah, Bismarck. Founder's name is Comstock. Wolfcrad was saying they were looking into paratext, and an example was Bloodborne's loading screens. They were unintentionally long in release and later fixed to load faster, but apparently many players felt the longer loading screens added to the experience. I would say that comes more under kind of like game feel than the experience. Sorry, I don't mean to be contrarian. It's just... so paratext is things outside of the experience that end up being either essential or massively contributing to your like experience or understanding of a piece of art. So artificially extending loading screens is more akin with, I guess, like game feel with a snifter of like, I don't want to say meta-narrative, but using the very, very foundations of a game to tell an experience. Another example of that would be how Resident Evil continued to use the door opening anims, even after they got past the point of needing them. Oh yeah, Bismarck, it's also worth saying that Bioshock Infinite's commentary is as subtle as a half brick in a sock. But here's the thing, Bioshock Infinite is one of those games that I would still recommend you play. Do you know what I mean? Like, I know I hate The Last of Us Part 2, and honestly, if you can avoid playing the second part of The Last of Us, go for it. First part, still love it, still brilliant. Don't play the second one. But with Bioshock Infinite, play it, experience it. There's one brilliant moment where you and Elizabeth get to go across the boardwalks in kind of like the early dusk evening. You know, throw balls, talk to people, and it's genuinely brilliant. It is a genuinely brilliant piece of gaming. The reason why I recommend it is because only about half the people who played it experienced it, because they went immediately from a shooty gun bang section to a semi-open narrative environment. And as soon as you start opening fire, all the places shut down, all the people scatter, and then it turns into a fight encounter, and it's really easy to miss it. So Red Burning Dragon, what I would say is, Bioshock Infinite is a well-made game that says things artistically that are pretty reprehensible. But it is not a bad game. And yeah, like, not to get too feckin' tilted beret at 2:45 on a Tuesday afternoon, but there's a lot to go into. Chateau de Nuggies getting upgraded in the background. Yeah, so Vanderbeek's paratext wouldn't be in the game itself. Although, again... okay, I guess you couldn't do the same book cover thing. Like, it becomes so much more complicated with games, and that's why I love it. So I didn't mean to diss on what Wolfcrad was saying, because what Wolfcrad's saying is actually a very important discussion. How non-gameplay systems in a game make us feel are feckin' brilliant. But so, for example, hi, my name is Typesmore von Wrights-a-Lot. I am a prolific author and tippity-tappity of the keys. And I released my brand new book, Punchmore the Orcifier. So I sit down, I lay out my book, I write it up, editor gives it a pass, I'm like, brilliant, good, done. And I hand it to my publisher. I've already forgotten the name of my own title. God, okay, if I'm going to make up fake names, I need to make up fake names that I can remember 2 seconds later. Orgthar the Unpuntioner, or what have you. Now, my Punchmore, thank you. My literary agent, my publisher, takes the yes, it is a Stablonian anthology. Thank you, Caffeine. So they take what I've given them, manuscript, they have it bound, they get it into stores, they will choose an artist who will do cover art for it. How much input I have on that is really dependent on how prolific I am. You know, if I'm a Neil Gaiman, I get to tell people what's what. If I'm me, then the publisher will choose the cover art, and that'll be the end of that conversation. But now we have an interesting situation, because the cover art was not my creation, but it may be a full-colour illustration of Punchmore, our main character, known for punching more. So what that means is that when you, the consumer, pick up this book, the first of the Punchmore trilogy, what you see on that will mentally shape what you think of the main character, even though it has nothing to do with anything I've written. It may be that they've taken my words and reconstructed it, but it was not under my direction. Do you know what I'm saying? Now...
Stop that incessant clicking.
Immortal Lennon, isn't that the great question? How am become Neil Gaiman? Maybe we can ask him. And Favor6, thank you for gifting sub to Punchmore. They'll be very pleased to hear about that. What was I saying? Oh, yes. So, if we want to take it a step further, we've talked about this in mixed media, but... I'm trying to think of a really good example. It's because that song's not very good. Moose says they're reminded of the feud between the author and the cover artist for the Dresden Files on whether or not the main character wears a hat. Good point. Actually, you know what, Moose? Do you know what would be a really good example of kind of like paratext? The television adaptation of the Dresden Files adding certain character traits that users who encountered that would then start expecting in the narrative version. So yeah. So friends, now you can start understanding why when we start applying the concept of paratext to video games, holy shit. Now, earlier on, Bismarck mentioned Splatoon and like the use of Discord as an expected tool. That it's almost like an unwritten etiquette that you use Discord to coordinate your teams. But we can go a step further, because inside of Splatoon, users are able to express themselves to certain degrees that you would not understand unless you experienced like discussions and media outside of the space. Like the community around Splatoon is in itself an exceptional paratext. Well, okay, no, is rife with paratext. You can't really call a bunch of people, but you know what I'm saying. I'm still trying to deal with the whole finding out that there's a whole fake movie on Tumblr thing, but that's not a story. Patchbud son, won't you come? Hello, babies. This is little Yaskir, if you haven't met him. He is our most scaredy nugget. We call him Patchbutt Son. I guess Kisa called him Patchbutt Son because he has a perfectly square patch on his booty. That's natural. He's a little patchbutt. But yeah. It's something absolutely fascinating. And I'm trying to think of a few other really good examples of, like, paratext and understanding in games, but there's too many good ones. Good time.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
What hope?
And a what
Pride
out to you,
Heart
Gilmore
Viking
Greyjoy?
64 Peron Pride Heart.
Yeah, love that nugget. How are you doing, friend? So yeah, I am sorry you're all gonna have to hear about like paratext discussion in varying games. No, Immortal End, I haven't seen it. I didn't realize that Scorsese started his career like making like a hella gay mafia movie from back in the day. No, this only crossed my feed in the last like week and change, and I was very confused as someone who used to be a film nerd that I'd never heard of this. Bastards. Sorry.
It was the best of Shires, it was the Worcestershires. Chaos reigns. Get it?
It was the
Because
best
I'm
of
making a
Shires,
change.
it was the worst of Shires! I thought the Welsh guy would have done that better. Biggs, fucking thank you. That is $10 in bits. Seriously, mate, thank you. No, and the reason I had that 1,000-yard stare for a second, and Captain Stephanie Barnes had a pals Valkyrie what? Oh, friend! The coffee's doing its job. So Wolfcred said, is the Street Fighter movie paratext? Yeah, it is. It fucking is. Because it ends up influencing the title, and unless you know about that, unless you've seen it, you can't understand. For me, it was only a Tuesday. The Mortal Kombat theme, the Mortal Kombat movie, also paratext for creating something that became then so influential as to become essential. There's a tiny brain explosions.
Is the game manual paratext? Challenge mode, Tunic.
Actually, Tunic is easier to answer because the answer is no. Because the manual and the manual of Tunic is very carefully created to be part of the experience. Oh, puns. Paratext is Will's favourite word of the week. Dan Olsen put out an incredible video about World of Warcraft and how it's evolved. The video's called It's Rude to be Bad at Warcraft, but I assure you it is absolutely worth your time. Eagle lives. Poken a los dos. is the meta paratext. Is the meta paratext? Okay, sorry. And you can apply that to different games and different genres, but is the meta paratext? It is a piece, it is a work that will affect how you perceive a title. Hey, baby boy, yeah, we're getting into the paint of it here. He's got a squishy cone now. Fuck. I mean, I would say very yes. Like, I was just thinking about how when I started getting into Arknights, and I started moving from just picking the characters that I liked to starting to learn how all the characters operated. Like, the tier list isn't something that is ever presented in a video game. We have rankings, at least when it comes to games like, you know, gachas and things like that, where, you know, characters have ranks up and down. But the thing with Arknights is that rank doesn't always denote usefulness. Low ranking characters can be very high on tier lists, and high rank characters can be low on tier lists because of stuff and things. But it is not something that is available to anyone outside of it. Fighting games are another very, very interesting one. And yet it absolutely changes how you can't unknow the meta. So it frames how you observe it. Okay, let's go for a nice easy one. Street Fighter. Danabinky is very funny when you first start playing it.
Why don't Guinea Pig like Saturday or Sunday? The prefer the week.
Oh, fucking way. Favor 6, thank you for the bits, friend. So look at it like this. You're playing Street Fighter. Fucking love Street Fighter. You got Ryu and Ken, and they're all like, oh, and you got Akuma, and he's all like, oh, and then you got Danabinky, and he's like, yahoo! Like, he is clearly a comedy character. Once you come to understand the meta, you initially, I mean, in earlier Street Fighter games, it's like, oh, of the Kung Fu characters, he's low on the meta. He's not strong across the board. And then, I believe it was Street Fighter 4 or Street Fighter 5, Dan got introduced, as he's known to do, and was suddenly top tier meta. But there's no way that you would know that outside of the experience. You might get a feel for it if you're playing a lot online, but again, without access to tier lists or the knowledge of it, you wouldn't know that he's super powerful, because he's always been a comedy character. He's meant to be a joke. And then that suddenly frames how you observe a situation. Fuck. Like I said, friends, I'm still deconstructing this, so... That is heinous, Aperios. I have seen it, and I will be using that for social media posts. That's fascinating. Now, what is interesting is that not all text are guaranteed to have an effect. Because Naruhoodie was saying that they did the subs for the anime re-release. And the thing was, there were multiple Street Fighter animations, of which some of them had zero impact on the initial title. And none of them were created to be canon. Like, shit, when the Street Fighter movies were being made, we didn't really have that as a concept. And Street Fighter's story was always cobbled together. Why does Chun-Li, an Interpol agent, wear a very, very small Chinese dress and have kind of a that particular attire and style with the big spot? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. You know? Dulcim is supposed to be a yoga practitioner of peace who can stretch his limbs out and burn people because of reason. Blanca was a boy dropped in the Brazilian jungle who learned how to be lightning from eels. Like, Street Fighter's never had a grand, highbrow story. And when you look at the varying Street Fighter creations, so the series anime was hot garbage. Street Fighter 2, the animated movie, was excellent, along with its follow-up, Street Fighter Alpha. And Street Fighter, the movie, which also had its own game adaptation, which was both terrible and brilliant. But they all drastically recontextualized the characters in a bunch of different ways. So, like, in the live-action movie, Blanca is not a child that was raised by electric eels, but an American soldier who was manipulated through cool drugs, DNA changing, and I don't know, like a machine head looping video. And that recontextualization never made it back into the original text, but M. Bison's characterization as done by Raul Julia fucking did. Whereas if you look at how M. Bison is in the cartoon, he's like, God, he's like if Cobra Commander just got stoned all the time. Oh, Vanderbeest, I would love to explain fighting game lore. It's so gloriously dumb. Oh no, Cobra Commander was high off his balls, but not stoned. And yeah, Salem, for me it was a Tuesday, an incredibly influential line that was so successful as to go on to inform the title itself. God. Now, Yu-Gi-Oh's a complicated one, but I think that's a fun discussion. We don't have to get into it right now, because Bismarck was saying, like, you know, is Yu-Gi-Oh! Are the cards paratext for the show, or is the show paratext for the cards? And as we all know, the entire property of Yu-Gi-Oh! Hard pivoted to the card game because of the success of it. So that's a whole nother kettle of monkeys. And Sage, Watto and welcome, friend. Hello, hello. I hope you are. Hope you're feeling loads better. Okie dokie. But yeah. So Bismarck, if I had to say, I would say that the Yu-Gi-Oh! Situation is a very unique one, and is more akin to pivoting an artistic product to its strongest suit, rather than a case of text and paratext. Because I would still say that of the two, the cartoon was able to influence the cards more than the other way around, resulting in the amount of like banned cards, etc. But that's another setup. And Angel, that is feckin' kind of you. Go you, and thank you for leaving that up. Oh, and I'm absolutely using that image that Perios made. If you want to see the abomination that Aperios put forward, enjoy. Yes, I have 2 sets of ears. No, I will not be complaining. Well, so a few of you mentioned like a few other shows and stuff like that. So things like the Mortal Kombat TV series, a few other Mother Hubbards. And I would say that those never succeeded in becoming, to my knowledge, paratext, because they never end up influencing Mortal Kombat as a whole, whereas the films did. Oh, and Chris, I only really learned about the term paratext over the weekend. I guess I'd heard it before, but it was one of those things that's kind of thrown around in literary circles, which my dyslexic ass does not frequent. And, okay, sorry, to bring everybody new back into the conversation, like, let's steer this round. Because that's how I steer a train. The thing that got me thinking over the weekend was Foldable Humans' video on it's rude to be bad at World of Warcraft. And it gets into the discussion of paratext. And they put forward the idea that with World of Warcraft, that it is a game unplayable without mods and additional content. And River, leave it. And they put forward the idea that these additional elements are paratext, that they are essential, or at very least influential on the title, needed to truly understand it, and yet are not put forward by the people creating the game. So the fact is that you need, if you want to raid in World of Warcraft, you need a mod to tell you what to do, because otherwise it's too much information. If you want to know how stats will be affected and things like that, using third-party sites like Thoughtbot and other elements is entirely necessary. And it creates this situation where those who do speak the language of the space, who understand... Sage? So many years, so little time. Those who do understand that language, who do understand the space, are definitely at an advantage. But there's essentially like, it's almost like thinking about mods as a form of essential reading when trying to understand a text. So yeah. And Vanderbeest, like that's a straight up literary question. It seems like it would be right. It feels like learning reading the Silmarillion would frame and recontextualize one's experiences of Lord of the Rings, but yo, at that point, you need to talk to someone who's an actual, like, you know, person what done study stuff good like.
No.
Now, as for what we are going to be doing today, it's actually drastically different from paratext. Although, if you wanted to make a case, today we're going to be playing Bioshock 2, and specifically, we're going to be playing Minerva's Den. Now, Minerva's Den was a standalone DLC released after the release of Bioshock 2, which is largely heralded as one of the best bits of Bioshock. And whenever the discussion of DLC comes up, especially DLC versus expansions,
There is something eerie about that pick of Will.
I mean, I'm as unsettled by it as well, but I didn't have a better image for today, so there we go. That's where we're at.
I mean, I find it interesting to consider if the maps in the Lord of the Rings books are paratext. They were made by Tolkien himself, but they aren't part of the written words of the novels.
See, again, this is one of those ones where you're getting into kind of like the philosophy of literature. Sorry, move on forward. For what little I can deduce, you know, I have not studied the written word. I am not, you know, versed in Tolkien's work like I am in video games. So I don't want to speak with any kind of authority on the subject. But I would say that if it's the original author's creation and it was something provided with the text, then that can be considered part of, air quotes, the text. Now, it's easier in literature because you can say, well, that's a written word and that's not. In video games, it's much harder because what is and isn't the game is something that we're still arguing about. Like, I had a heinous realization this morning. You know, I've been whinging about video game awards, right? I've been whinging that unknown games have less of a chance of success, etc. And I was thinking about that earlier today. I was like, shit, everyone's already starting to do their Game of the Year lists, and like the year isn't over. And then it struck me. If you consider all disciplines in a game studio or publisher to be part of the video game creation process, that includes community, PR, and marketing, which one could argue their success is measured by the cultural impact, the cultural footprint, the zeitgeist grabbing, or the community that forms. And if you consider those professions to be part of game development, then that means that the groundswell around the title is also part of the game's creation, which means that it is entirely fair to judge a game based on its popularity because of the people involved that do their due diligence. And I'm still processing that thought because I have not slept a lot tonight. Hookshot with, my game of the year is capitalism. Anyway, I'm just inflicting this picture on a couple more people, and then let's get into Minerva's Den. So, how many of you have played Bioshock 2? How many of you would like a little refresher before we go on in? Well, so Moose, now we get into the spicy bit. Is a game's PR paratext? See, we've talked about this before with the concept of mixed media. So I'm going to pick on Alien Covenant because it's a hot fucking pile of shit garbage, and I do not feel bad wailing on it with a stick. Part of the advertising for Alien Covenant was all the backstories of all the characters. So if you didn't watch the YouTube adverts and the YouTube series before you went to see that film, the film just starts and people are dying. And everyone's moping around and being sad, and it's like, whoa, 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 whoa. Why do they do this? Like, we're given no time to learn these characters and understand them before they just start fucking killing them off. Also, Library Nerd, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. Chris, did I say hi? So Shackle, I would say that the collaborative experience is very, very separate from paratext. I mean, the player is the medium through which the game is experienced. Video games can't exist without a player. But what colors their view can be beyond the author's original intent. You know, paratext is almost like a little mag, like floating on your shoulder, fantasy style-wise. Or another influence that comes to you but can't directly affect the text. At least that's how I would see it. And Chrono, Watto friend. Now, Restless Root says, but in a game like Minecraft, the achievements of players have arguably affected the direction of future development. I mean, yes, but the collaborative nature of game creation is kind of very much expressed there. You know, the manner in which users expressed their want to spend time in the space of Minecraft is something that the original team, headed up by Hatsune Miku, originally moved over to Microsoft, that team became aware of and has worked with and reacted to. So that's definitely more of like collaborative. But Faber6 says, is a game's wiki paratext? I mean, that's the question. it's a gloriously not a clear-cut answer, right? Like, how it affects your perception of the original art is, I guess, most of the time that someone is looking at a wiki, they are looking for things systematically. So that moves you from viewing the systems from thematic to mechanic. You know, so like if you're playing 7 Days to Die, and you're out and you're scrounging for specific resources, and you don't know where they are, so you're just like moving from town to town, you know, turning things over. It feels like you are a survivor of the wasteland, looking through every bin, searching every car, you know, breaking into houses and police stations and raiding them clean. Once you check the wiki, you know that mechanically the object you're looking for only drops here under these conditions after you have done these prerequisites. So you're no longer thematically looking through like a scavenger, you're looking at it mechanically to try and best use the system. So, no, you're right. And I'm not saying that is bad. Like, with a long enough line, every game will move from being experienced thematically to mechanically. That's just the nature of it. The longer you spend in an environment, the more the thematics wash away and the mechanics become the designating factors. That's not to say that one stops loving the story and the narrative. It's just your decisions become more and more focused on mechanical outcome or response. Oh, okay. Y'all aren't ready for my take on Cyberpunk this morning. We're already in the hot, spicy nonsense. Friends, this is what. Hang on, because the next tune is a banger. I fucking love this. And I cannot tell you how much fun I am fucking having with this chat, alright? Like, this is some wild, highbrow, like, pour me an organic tea and tilt my beret, fuckos. We're going in type conversation. Except for I'm having it in my grungy longship hoodie and drinking coffee. But, this is fucking great. Like, paratext, in terms of its use in the conversation, from what I can gather, hasn't been banded around except for a few kind of like super in-depth editorials, the kind of stuff that doesn't really get coverage. And I've only just encountered it, and as someone who consumes a stupid amount of video game media and video games and talks about video games all the time, like, this is a new tool for understanding and deconstructing, and I'm just having a fucking great time with it. And the fact that I get to share this with all of you lot and be like, blah, 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 blah. It's fucking brilliant. So, thank you. All right? I just try and make sure I take a breath every now and then to appreciate the great moments, you know? Yeah, what next? Indie games? Okay, but seriously, if you haven't seen Mech Punk, it's by the person who did Golden Light, and you need it in your life. Alright, you want to get spicy, Favor 6? Okay. Cyberpunk 2077 is the most Cyberpunk game to ever be made. And not for the reasons you think. It is not a Cyberpunk game because of its thematics. It is a creation of a gigantic multinational corporation for the purpose of making money. They bought a tabletop game that no one liked, no one had heard of, and they turned it into a huge Mountain Dew Dorito crossover, you know, G Fuel energy pumped with custom gaming chair product. It was a merciless development cycle, and yet within it, artists working in an unforgiving corporate structure fought to say something important, to say something artistic. Cyberpunk is the most cyberpunk game, not because of its themes, but because the very people inside the corporate machine had to fight against it, to create something, to say something, to do something. That is Will Spicy Take. When you find the little snippets of brilliance in that game, in a sea of trash hot garbage, you start realizing that, you know, people worked hard and fought inside an environment that genuinely sucked to make a game in, to try and say something. Yeah. Yeah. Boosh. I can hear 1,000 keys being struck at once. Okay, Jim, there's a reason that people still talk about Shadowrun and that no one was talking about Cyberpunk until CD Projekt Red picked it up, alright? Like, we've got to be honest here. Even the tabletop space, Cyberpunk was kind of the look at it sideways. You know, that was to Shadowrun what the Warhammer RPG was to Dungeons & Dragons back in the 80s. Oh yeah, I read the OG Warhammer tabletop rules. Not the war game, but the Dungeons & Dragons competitor. Ah, a glorious mess. Oh, hang on, it's getting a bit uncer. So, Chaunerus, I still don't know how I'm going to do a good stream of Citizen Sleeper, because it's such an interesting, like, Boggle meets... Oh, see, Jim stepped on a landmine there. Because I believe William Gibson, with his original book Neuromancer, coined the term cyberpunk. Oh, and Restless Roots, yeah, most people looking at AD&D these days would go sideways. Yeah, Biggs, the Warhammer Fantasy roleplay book. It was in my school library growing up, and I kind of wish I'd stolen it now, because I think it's worth a few bob. And it's a bad system. It's a bad system. They basically tried to speed copy D&D with snippets of AD&D, and... Oh, and Moose, I'm hoping as well. Anyway, I'll leave those weighty thoughts with your good selves. The great thing about streaming and the great thing about hanging out with you all is we are not done with these conversations. We are not done with the banter. We can absolutely come back around, and I'm still digesting the term paratext as it applies to video games. I'm going to be thinking about this throughout the week. So, and I hate how right I was when I said we'd still be talking about Cyberpunk 2077 years to come. I didn't realize how right I was. Okay. So I'm gonna... This tune is an absolute banger, but I do want to get into game, friends. So, apologies, we are an hour and a half in, and you have all been very, very patient with me. Thank you for letting me rant and ramble. I absolutely love this discussion. We are going to be jumping into Minerva's Den in just a second. Let's get to the title screen, because I do have it listed. I guess the non-spoiler information for Bioshock 2 that is worth having is that Bioshock 2, follow-up to Bioshock 1, you return to Rapture as it appears someone has been stealing little girls again to restart the Little Sisters project. That's the hook for your return, and you essentially play I want to say like alpha round Big Daddy. Minerva's Den is separate from that experience. And please bear with me because there'll probably be a bunch of times where I forget the mechanics because I did not get a chance to replay any of Bioshock 2 last night. But we're going to go straight into Minerva's Den. Now, again, as we're talking about like art and media and stuff like that, the reason why Minerva's Den comes up so much is that Bioshock 2 did not get the same kind of superstar reception that Bioshock 1 got. It was not the genre-changing... it was not the industry-igniting sequel that people hoped for. As I'm sure you understand, the thing about meta-narrative is you can't do the same trick twice. And then we got graced with Minerva's Den, which was the follow-up DLC, which was so widely praised. It's frankly fascinating. And it's something that is still discussed today. A lot of people harkened back to the old days of expansion packs and things like that. Oh no, Favor 6. Bioshock 1 was not lightning in a bottle. And that's why we played it the other day. Bioshock 1 was very carefully thought out. How many 2K studios worked on this? And good old Digital Extremes. This is... Oh shit, this is pre-Warframe, isn't it? Yeah. Let me just get all the options going. We've got widescreen, VSync... Yeah, should be able to handle all this. And Sean, Watto and welcome. Sorry, and Favor 6, I don't mean to jump on that one. It's just, it's one of those important ones that I don't want to define Bioshock 1 as lightning in a bottle because there's several aspects that came together to make it good. And Bioshock 2... Here we go. Bioshock 2 was trying to capture the same aesthetic, the same zeitgeist, but without the same kind of weight and backing. I know. Video games are so subject to sequelization, which is, in some regards, a good thing, you know. Build on the technical creations of your previous works. But when it comes to something like Bioshock that had more to say than just its mechanics and its visuals, like, you can't recreate the effect of a meta-narrative setup. Oh, okay, I guess we're getting a trailer. It should give us all a nice little grounding before we go back in. Ha! Therapy! Wish I could afford that. Also, friends, this is the original Bioshock 2, not the remastered. The reason I wanted to go for this is apparently the remastered version of 2 is a fucking nightmare to get running. And is not well received. Apparently due to a 2K launcher. Mr. Bubbles, what's up, buddy? What was that? God. Alright. So, let's get started. And we're just going to jump straight the feck in, alright? If you have any questions, I'm sure there are other peeps in chat that know. And I'm always down to talk about cyberpunk stuff. I'm always down to talk about, like... Oh! But let's get going. Start Minerva's Den. We'll go medium for now because I'm pretty sure we have the ease of. So we have the respawn tubes and whatnot. Well, and Chris, I actually wanted to jump back to what you're saying about, like, enjoying the conversation about, like, media in general and stuff. And the great thing about games is we're still learning how to experience them. We're still learning the language that lets us break it down. You know, That's what makes it so cool. I mean, I can't think of another art medium where someone discovers a new term that suddenly recontextualizes our perceptions of it. Meanwhile, in 1968, not 69, no nice for you, in Rapture.
Subject Sigma is approaching Minerva's den. He must not reach the finger. Detonate the tunnel!
Sorry, friends, I'll get the subtitles on. Strange guy was just yelling that we must not reach Minerva's den. Sometime later. Now, the thing that's fascinating about Minerva's Den and Fort Frolic is how the superstar moments of both 1 and 2 were both open world flavors of nonsense. Right? Oh, I forgot to when it starts. Piss. Alright. Audio options. Excuse me. Gameplay options. Hard on. Dialogue subtitles. I am Shimmer. Usable object highlight. And we'll leave Vita Chambers on. That just helps me. Alright. Okay, Minerva's Den. Rapture's Technology Center. Oh, I do not like that. Things exploding off in the dark, watery distance. No, thank you. Oh.
Hello, Mr. Sigma? Can you hear me? The name's Porter. Charles Milton Porter. Doc Tenenbaum tells me you're here to help us get the Thinker out of Rapture. It's not going to be easy, but nothing worth doing ever is. You should be able to get inside through an airlock.
Oh yeah, we're just raw harvesting the slugs. And in Fable 6, you make a very good point. You'd think by this point the denizens of Rapture would have learned that pissing off the Big Daddies is never a good idea. But I believe our whole bit is that we are one of the early Big Daddies, and we have a certain amount of... Oh look, squishy guy. Okay. Sorry, I saw the what's this prompt. Oh. Oh. Thank you, Caffeine. They are slain. Dogecoin at me. Do you Dogecoin at me, sir? And we are good. Sorry about that. Let's continue. I'm not freaking out too badly because even though this is undersea and underwater, if I remember correctly, we're the only thing out here to be afraid of. Otherwise, if something does ooga booga me, I will pee myself. And And Caffeine, thank you for the double tap there. Aha! General Kenobi! So I was trying to think how best to sum up Bioshock 2 without getting too into spoiler territory. Because Bioshock 2 does still have some interesting moments, and it is worth experiencing. I mean, shit, if you're looking at it from a video game historian standpoint, like, Bioshock is... It is not the greatest game ever made, but it is exceptional, and it is an interesting touch point. And then Bioshock 2, you can see where they tried to recapture certain elements, but missed a lot of the what made it powerful.
Minerva's den has been cut off from the rest of Rapture for some time, but not cut off from splicing. Don't let your guard down. The den's gone dark, but if you can reset the local power relay, I'll be able to get the juice flowing from here.
Okay. There. Oh, sorry. And the hook of Bioshock 2 is that you do play as kind of like as a big daddy. So the dual kind of like the dual combination. Hang on. Sorry. All right. All right. There we go. Thank you. Alright, sorry. I'm going to pop back to the airlock for just a second, because sadly I've had far too much coffee and I desperately have to pee. So I need to beg your forgiveness, friends, and ask, please don't go anywhere. We're going to get into this. Alright? Alright, I'll be back in a second. Thank you all for waiting. I'm very sorry about that, friends. Okay. So, the thing that I wanted to add Yeah, the water sounds are probably why I had to rush off and go pee. The thing that I really wanted to add into our discussion here is that when we talk about, like, the best parts of both Bioshock 1 and 2, and the bit that stays with me from Infinite, is all of the little open world elements. So, for example, Fort Frolic is discussed anytime you bring up Bioshock, as it is legitimately one of the best parts of that game, and arguably like one of the great bits in video gaming. Actually, let's get this going and then...
Mr. Porter, let me be the first to congratulate you on the founding of Rapture Central Computing. The great chain only grows stronger with each pair of hands laid upon it. I trust that you and I will choose to pull Rapture in the same direction.
Do you reckon Andrew Ryan practices that voice in the mirror? But yeah, so, this is the thing that I find so fascinating, is Fort Frolic was raved about in terms of how good it was, and in terms of how feckin' inspired it was, but it's open, well, it's kind of micro open world design. Then we have Minerva's Den, which takes Bioshock 2's very, very linear feel and puts it back into this little open world setup. You know, the reason why this gets discussed is because we're moving into a space that we'll be able to explore and uncover at our pace. And yet, it was so fascinating that for Bioshock Infinite, they moved further and further towards that linear path and further away from this kind of open world concept. Alright, wet to paint gaming. Lovely chatting with you. Thank you for putting up with my ramblings about video games. Oh yes, and as we get to play as a Big Daddy in this, we have to have fuel for our drill arm, and we will be able to absolutely wreck some splicers with this. But that's coming shortly. That's coming shortly. Alright, now we're getting into the thick of it. Our trains run on time when you run on time. Atlantic Express.
Hello there. Welcome to Minerva's Den, the home of Rapture's high technology.
Sorry, I keep dancing around. I keep dancing around concepts, but the thing that I wanted to highlight is that a lot of the standout moments that we're still discussing about Bioshock 1 and 2 are these great big open world setups, right? And then the only really good open world section that you get in Bioshock Infinite can be skipped because it's so ill-placed that because you're already given a firearm and the freedom to just go daka daka daka, you can completely remove... Hang on. Oh, I'm so sorry about that, friends. Yeah, you can completely remove that from your experience. Like, in actuality, I feel... And I know we're now at a point where we're drowning in air quotes open world games, but I still think it's a sphere that we don't have a lot for. As in, like, outside of the infinite Ubisoft formula, I still think we're learning how to do open world games. You know what I mean? And because of that, like, I feel there's more to be had. Ooh.
What steps into Minerva's Den? Porter's newest toy? He wants the Tinker for himself. But you see, old friend, the machine has chosen me.
And Krypton, Watto and welcome. Actually, so Eagle lives. I wouldn't disagree with you. It often feels like there's whole swaths of BioShock Infinite that are at odds with each other. And you know why? I will wholeheartedly agree with you there on the... It feels like an altar ruining your day. I also have a feeling that those come into play later. I might be hallucinating. So that's 62642. No. When you play Burial at Sea, you really get a sense of what that team could do when they weren't being micromanaged or kind of frog-marched from one heavy-handed point to the next. I mean... This is going to sound like sour grapes, and I do not mean it to sound that way, but I think it's one of those things that warrants saying. So, BioShock comes out, right? It is mechanically a reworking of System Shock 2, but with meta-narrative elements and this incredible, like, Atlas Shrugged reworking. It has things to say about so many... It has so many points to make, and it makes them all incredibly well that, you know, you can still go back to BioShock 1 and experience that. Because of its success, I cannot imagine how much praise and adoration was heaped onto, what's his name, Ken Levine. Now, we all know, as a group, video games are not one person's creation. Rarely, they are. But when it comes to things like this, it is a huge group of people all working together in a multitude of different ways. But when it comes to discussion of games, people prefer... People prefer being able to accredit a game to a person. It makes it easier to talk to them, it makes it easier to understand a game and what it's trying to do and what it's trying to say. But with BioShock 1 and BioShock 2, the sheer amount of ego being heaped on a person must be so hard not to be, I don't want to say corrupted by, but it really did feel like by the time we got round to BioShock Infinite that it was being, yeah, fucking Randy Pitchford. Fucking Pitchford. But it does feel that when people get around to that stage, it eventually, I don't know, I want to say corrupts, but you can only have people telling you that you're the genius for so long before it starts to go up in here. Yeah, Naru, I guess the George Lucas effect is a good example. You know, as has been well commented upon, you know, Star Wars' brilliance was the culmination of a lot of very incredibly skilled people coming together. It wasn't just Lucas be magic. Now, the secret to avoiding this is copious amounts of self-hatred and self-destructive tendencies. That way, when people say nice things about you, you go, yes, but you don't believe it. Anyway. Oh, no. Cocaine is the opposite. Now, obviously, because this is Twitch.television and I have never consumed illegal substances in my life, I only know this from theory and story, but cocaine absolutely makes you believe that you are exactly the best, cleverest, smartest smart person of all time. It does the opposite of it does the opposite of the George Lucas effect. And Dustin, Watto and welcome. Eagle lives. I couldn't possibly comment. But yeah, so I often feel that thing with BioShock as a trilogy, that BioShock 1 was rampantly more successful than anyone could have foreseen. BioShock 2 was kind of, it's alright. Like, BioShock 2 is closer to what one would expect of a AAA video game. New features, bigger guns, bigger weapons, bigger environments. Yay! But it couldn't it couldn't harness the same art and the same impact. Because, again, you can only do a meta-narrative trick once. You can't do it in every game. Unless you do it as people are expecting, and then you subvert expectation, but that's not the kettle of monkeys. Bioshock Infinite was a new place, a new thing to discuss and deconstruct, but you can see with Bioshock Infinite's inconsistencies how they must have gone back to the drawing board multiple times. You know, the Vox Populi becoming the villains in the second act is a stupid and asinine point that completely removes, like, it removes so much of what the game is trying to say. And, I mean, Eagle Lives was saying that Burial at Sea was pretty flawed. It is inconsistent, like, narratively, but in terms of its execution and what it does, it's wonderful. It's one I will absolutely fight for. And if you haven't heard the story of Baguette Boy, look that up. It's fucking great. Eagle Lives also goes on to say that the famous games aren't just the creation of an individual, says Warren Spector, creator of Deus Ex and Thief. I want that fucking framed, because it's so true. It's so hard for us to... okay, we are a mix of either individuals with high games literacy or games industry individuals, so when I say we, I mean the gaming sphere as a whole, but it's so hard for us to understand that a game isn't just one person's focus. You know, the studio head from Mythic Quest, that is absolutely what happens to someone who is in charge of a successful title. They start believing that it really is...
Reed Wall. He and I founded Rapture Central Computing together, but the greedy bastard pushed me out years ago. The splicers, the security. He pulls the strings in Minerva's den now.
Oh yeah, so that's what the chain arm does. It's a good time. Oh, Hookshot, like, Mythic Quest is great. Though, Season 3's getting a little bit... I mean, it's very funny, but it's definitely not... It's definitely not hurting me. Not like the old ones. Alright, I guess we've got to turn things on before we can get this party started. Nicer. 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 Sorry. So yes, Meowkini Sakura, we are playing a Big Daddy. Throughout Bioshock 2, you do play... I forget what your designation is, and I don't want to get too into it in case it's... Find the lightning control to bring the lights back on. It's dead. Alright. Hold that door.
Splicer? I hardly know it.
Porter and I are partners, but he's wasting that machine. In off hours, I've been using it to predict the outcomes of baseball games, and it is incredibly accurate. Apply such equations to Rapture's markets. This thing is the money-making grail. But Porter, I have heard them feeding it recordings of his dead wife. The fool wants to turn the thinker into a person. I could not imagine a sadder fate for such a perfect machine.
Sage, it is bad enough that Ems is using that particular moniker for their captaining style. But I mean, okay, you are right. I chose to be here. Fine gin. A tin of sardines. I completely lost my train of thought there, friends. There's something about, like, taking a gigantic drill to a bunch of splicers that really does stop one from having a cohesive thought about art and so on and so forth. No! Sage Bell, I am not saying that out. You can't make me. Ah, here we go. The ion laser. Snap a quick look around. Reed Ward. Anti-traitor! Not even slightly immortal then. Not even slightly. Just chug some floor gin and be on my merry way. Oh shit, what was it I was trying to... Oh! Krypton says turning the machine into a thinking person. That's crazy. I want to use it for creating things. Like playing the stock market. This isn't subtle, but it's a wonderful... It is two very selfish men battling over the use of a powerful resource. One to return his wife, to cease being... Oh, free money. To fight against his grief by trying to...
Look at you, Sigma. You
And
think
will
that
always be
Porter is your
Daddy in my
ally,
heart.
but the Thinker knows better. The Thinker knows.
What would Rapture be like without a corporation? From self-opening
What?
central computing keeps
Okay, you guys are mean. Come back here. Sorry, friends. Let me handle these splices. Sorry about
Powers
that, friends.
rerouted. That should tip things in our favor. Head up to my office in the executive wing. I've got something you'll need. Hurry now.
Actually, I want to just take a minute before we continue, just because we've got the nice music, and to banter on those topics, because I feel like I just touched on a lot of different things. Lizzie, Utera, thank you for the bits.
What's the secret of Rapture's central computing success? The most advanced computing device in the world. The Thinker.
So, Unholy Glee, I do want to say that while John Romero is often accredited as being one of the rock stars, like, he wasn't the person responsible for that terminology, and it was originally something that was attributed to id Software, because the manner in which they built their games, you know, they were a whole heap of young, scrappy sorts, you know, they listened to metal, they made video games based on... Oh, it's the spark. They made video games based on, you know, like, grown-up themes. They were really easy to cover, and then Romero became the standout person because he was a very good conversationalist. He was great for interviews. Carmack wasn't good back then, and yeah, no, I'm good. Was not a very good person to put in front of journos. He was credited as famously saying that story in video games is like story in pornography. No one cares. And if they do, they're not paying attention to the action. Something along those lines. Which is something that I'm very much against. Honestly, friends, if you get... a gentleman called Errant Signal on YouTube has done this incredible series called The Children of Doom. And the episode that I'd love for you to watch is specifically about Quake, and how the war between what John wanted to do story-wise and what Carmack wanted to do mechanically was absolutely clashing with each other. Now, it resulted in this weird Space Marine versus Lovecraftian horror, which is something that no one's really managed to master again. But there was loads and loads of ideas that John wanted to put in that he wasn't able to. One of the reasons why he founded Ion Storm and wanted to create Daikatana is he wanted to marry story and he wanted to marry action. He was quite obsessed with the idea of items or weapons that changed and grew with you as you played. Now, the problem was he let his marketing firm absolutely lean into the idea of the alter rock star, and it would end up shaping his perception in the industry for ages. Like, these days... Okay, and for quite some time, Romero's a fucking great guy. Romero and John and Brenda are both fucking great, and have done so much to help others in the industry and lift people up. And it's interesting now realizing that he was never the egomaniac we were led to believe. That perception, that creation was done around him. And because of it, as soon as there was a falter, a gap in the armor, so to speak, people pounced on him. People will still say, John Romero's going to make you his bitch from that famous advertising setup. But you know what we don't talk about? Like the fucking rancid Tomb Raider ads that we had to put up with. Now, Sean, you're right. Carmack is a different person. He's not the same person he was back then. Hell, the very medium of video games has changed as to be completely separate from what we've seen in the past. That is one of the things that's very important. The reason why I wanted to talk about the alters of now is you get people like Pitchford. Now, from people I've heard who've worked with him, I get such a mixed review of him as a person, but in the public eye, he's tried to be the face and the figurehead for all of Gearbox's work, especially the Borderlands franchise. And when you start to understand that his contributions in that space, like I always love saying, Randy Pitchford is less than 1% of the workforce that made the newest Borderlands game. Like, it starts sinking in how his contributions might be solid in terms of, like, business and strategy. I mean, he just sold the whole thing to Embracer Corp, so it's not his problem anymore. Sorry, Embracer Group. But there's a lot more insidious individuals... Insidious is the wrong word. There's a lot more individuals that take credit as the auteur that we have kind of... that we have to deal with. Also, I'm desperately trying to remember how to... I'm desperately trying to remember how to play Bioshock 2 at the same time as chatting with you all. Watch out for security cameras, thank you for the reminder. Security command.
Trick the security system. Divert bots, turrets, and cameras to attack where you choose. Send friendly bots on errands.
I'd say, or I could just hack the security cameras, that works too. Okay. Where were we? Ooh, more coffee. Well, Chris, this was some lovely, lovely chat. So Chris, here's the thing. Quake is absolutely something worth playing, and OG Doom... the thing is, Carmack is one of those people that has understood and grown as the median's moved on. And, like, you know, we can't, unless it's something incredibly reprehensible, you know, we can't judge people for stuff they did 20 years ago when we've seen growth from them as a creative. I just think it's interesting that that's where the concept of Romero the Rockstar came from, was his want for story and ideas clashing with. Sage was mentioning Jeff from Overwatch. He was a charming fellow. He got a broad deal. Quake is absolutely still worth playing because there is nothing else like it. If you want a good example, James Gunn. James Gunn is a fascinating person to study because, oh boy, if you see what he made film-wise back in the day, like... Edwin's like, the only auteur I trust, Dave Gilbert of Wajidai Games. I would never call Dave an auteur. Dave's a... I'm trying to think of a really good term. He is a working man's creative. Someone that did not make a career by... Hey, I thought you were supposed to look where I tell you. Jerk. Oh, sorry, if you haven't encountered the Wadget Eye games, they are some exceptional point-and-click titles.
Mr. Ryan hired me to build a computer that could keep an entire city running on time. The Rapture Operational Data Interpreter Network. Folks call it the Thinker for short. We've harnessed the power of Atom even in this, allowing the mainframe to process data at the speed of thought. In other words, it thinks for us. Yes. And with the completion of the independent reasoning processor, it may finally think for itself. If Turing could see me now.
Turing could see me now. Piss.
Boom! Right on schedule.
Oh, shush. Sorry about that, friends. Give me 2 seconds. Yes. Now you work for me. Great big jerk. Sorry. I was trying to make some interesting points with all of you, and then I got shot by a turret. I was shot by a turret. Okay, so jumping back in. Oh yeah, so everyone's saying working man's creative. Well, the reason I said that with Dave is that, like, he was making point and clicks back when supposedly the point and click genre was air quotes dead. And it's something that I don't think he gets enough credit for, but it wasn't like Dave made one game that was so brilliant that everyone praised, everyone like heaped praise and acclaim on top of him. Like, Dave was just chipping away, making really good story-based point-and-click games for ages. And then the success came along. Do you know what I mean? Is that a soup? Super tasty soup. Super spicy carrot and coriander. Chili chowder. Oh. Behold. Soup. No soup. Because it's snowy outside, so I get soup. Oh yeah, and Edwin, I think that's one of the things that it's great to discuss about it, is that he was still like championing. He was still a champion of point-and-click titles whilst everything was going on. Right. Fucking bees. Yeah, Sage. I mean, it was snowy this morning, and then.
Those vacuum bots sucked up all sorts of things before they went on the fritz. Crack one open, and you might find something you can use.
Except for it blew up in my face. That hurt. Jerks. Oh, I'm so sorry I keep losing my train of thought, friends. Like, I'm sipping my coffee, I've got my soup. I'll have that in a second when it cools down a little. Oh, yes, like the concept of the auteur. One of the things I've tried to do with my language when we're talking about stuff and things is when it comes to, say, Hideo Kojima, I try and make sure I'm saying Kojima Productions and not Hideo Kojima, because But there's a lot... Oh, the Circus of Values.
Delicate like a human life. So easy
What's
to
that
break.
Spices.
It's supposed to be.
Is that you?
I tell you, Connor!
Yeah, definitely worth investing in. Sorry, I just had to melt that guy's stupid face. No, no. Friend, not foe. Friend, not food. Okay, now we're friends. Okay, where were we? Oh, we were talking about altars in the space. Well, in any case, and the reason I want to come back around to this is that for a while, like, at least until Bioshock Infinite, Ken Levine was absolutely one of those creatives. And again, when we have a look at Burial at Sea, we can... Sorry. Need to get some raw slug juice out of that. We can actually see what his team was capable of. Like, I don't disagree with the points that Eagle Lives was making about it. One thing I thought was really fascinating is how the team succeeded with Burial at Sea despite the weird nonsense that they got left with. Oh, shish. Yeah, you belong to me now. You belong to me. Go do work. Sorry about that, friends. And the audio is not liking all this going on at once. Drone fight! I'm so sorry, friends. Yeah, the audio is having a very bad time right now. But I can assure you, it's not the stream making that, so, I don't know. Read into that how you will. Anyway, you know what, friends? If you take anything from that, like, bundle of nonsense that I was trying to incoherently belt out whilst the varying creatures of Rapture tried to do me damage. Pause it for a second. The thing to take into consideration is, once again, that it is, aside from a few examples... Oh, I don't like that. Okay, so what are my choices? Alright, you look at the map. Because I'm like, I don't want to go to the menu. There's sharks there! Who put sharks there? Bastards. Forgive me for being all over the place. People make games. Also, the YouTube channel is worth your time. But they are put together by a large group. Oh yes, Kojima Productions. That is someone who is still getting the title of auteur. And we'll never know all the people involved in those projects that helped them become as brilliant as they were. You know? I think that with... especially like Quantic Dreams and places like that, you know, there's a large number of people who do not want to be in the spotlight, who contribute to the success of quite a few people. And it's very hard to find out about them, you know? Because, yeah, eventually, I think... eventually, I think being treated like a genius or an auteur, I think it rots your brain a little bit. I know we've discussed this when it comes to like finances. That in the video game space, there are very few people that become obscenely wealthy. And when they do, you get to see exactly the kind of person that they really are. One of the reasons why I'll always be a staunch defender of Rami is he got shitloads of money, and so he used it to go everywhere and help other people make games good like. You know? But when it comes to like the description of the auteurs, like how do you avoid having it rot your brain? You know? In the indie space, we haven't had too many people suffer the brain rot badly, but we have had air quotes auteurs. You know? The fact that Lucas Pope has managed to keep his head on straight is a huge achievement. Like, props to him. You know, Papers, Please was heralded in such a way that, like, I can't imagine what it must have been like having the whole world tell you how brilliant you are. You know what I mean? Like, the hell does that fucking do to a person? Okay, sorry, oh, the SMG turret didn't make it. Why didn't it have coffee in it? So, okay, so alongside the Warcraft is Bad video, I watched the video, H-Bomber Guy's video on the oof. The famous oof from Roblox. I highly recommend watching that video. And I won't go too much in the details because I'd only be repeating, you know, their hard work, you know, verbatim. See, that's what happens when you steal people's work verbatim. Ooh, but I will take their cake.
Yes, let us discuss it.
Ah! Woo!
Time for a meeting.
Kick his ass! Yeah, Phyllis, I literally took the cake there. I'm just going to see if... let's see if bring it back to default helps. Sorry about that. So... Edwin did not know that whole thing with TT. Are we talking about the OOF, or are we talking about Traveller's Tales? See, this is why acronyms are the absolute bane of discussion, but mainly because we loop around. Professor Nels was saying that Lucas Pope on the 3rd or 4th IGF Choice Awards, the humility there was brilliant. Yeah. Like... Now, it's not that we don't know people that aren't that level of humble, but... The reason why I want to mention that... Oi, guinea pigs! You're fine! Squeaky babies! I'm getting heckled by the nuggies. Oh, Tommy Tallarico. Yes. That's definitely an example of that, like, super brain rot. You know, someone who did good a little bit 1,000 years ago, and then the repeated brain rot of it has created this... situation. I am genuinely in fear of turning into that some days, you know, because I was a person that had a small part in some video games, and I'm proud of what I did, but like, I wasn't the guy. I'm very proud of the work I did when I was at, you know, Rocket Works, but I wasn't like the guy instrumental in their, you know, their current state. You're okay, babies. Edwin's like, fortunately, I would never fall for that. Says me, the sole creator of Freedom Planet. I'm not the sole creator of Freedom Planet. Yup. Yeah. And Sean, you are right that the problem about being humble is that people don't often know about you. And that being humble is definitely a great attribute for, like, mental health and creativity, but sucks for promotion. I mean, usually finding a good balance between everyone's skill sets, finding someone on a team who is very good at promoting the product. Now, what I always recommend is that if you find yourself struggling to promote your product because you are not an egotistical person, you don't want to be in that space, best thing you can feckin' do, create an in-universe something. A cheese toasty. I can dip it in my...
Very warm.
I don't know if you heard that exchange. I got like a little bagely cheese toasty like this, and then I picked it up, and it was screaming hot. So it's a cheese and bread and soup kind of day. Sorry. I apologize that my thoughts keep kind of careening all over the place. The thing that I wanted to add was that if you are struggling to promote your games because you yourself don't feel like the focus should be on you, that's actually a good trait. But you still need to promote your game. So, what I always recommend is creating an in-universe or thematic or studio voice that allows you to promote yourself. So, create a character, build a puppet, build a universe, build an idea, you know. I saw something that was, God, a little bit heartbreaking over the weekend talking about marketing on TikTok. And it was this person talking about how, like, they'll re-upload the same video 5 times and tweak and change and mess with it to try and hope that the algorithm will pick it up. I think it was one of the gentlemen over at Penny Arcade was talking about how, like, it must be exhausting and so sad to be in service to the algorithm. And creating things like that as a person, like, I can't imagine what that does. The newer community managers and marketing managers and stuff who have to do TikTok on top of social media posts and whatnot, like, that's so much of yourself to put out there. You know, I'm an independent creator and I struggle to do YouTube as well as hanging out with you all on Twitch. It's fucking exhausting. I love it, don't get me wrong, but it's a lot of work. The reason I bring this up is that, like, when it is yourself putting out there, unless you're a rampant narcissist, there is a toll. See, what I love about Twitch is that this isn't about me. It's about the game, and it's about our discussion of it. I am lucky enough that I've spent so much time in the industry with people that I have enough banter power and conversation to power a lot of the thoughts and discussions we have. But it's about all of us together. It's not like a video essay where it's about me talking about a thing. And even with those, most of the video essayists I know are not egotistical cockwombles. Like, the toll it takes on a person to be your own marketing department is a feckin' nightmare. Yeah, Sage, we're all in this together. Although, I'm not stuck in here with you, you're stuck in here with me. I didn't realize how hungry I was. So yeah, it's finding a way to bring these things together, because Edward was pointing out it's that balance between honoring your accomplishments and accepting your part in them and not becoming Tommy Tallarico. But here's the thing, no one ever mentioned him the whole time I was at Sega, and I started watching that video where he claims multiple times to be the first American person to have worked on Sonic the Hedgehog, and I'm like, well, that's bullshit and chips. No! Don't... Such an arse. I was getting into soup time. We're talking about art. Why are you like this? No, it's alright. Amos, don't watch this. I'm gonna make a tit of myself. Yeah. How's this, J-Post? Making an arse of myself in 3D. Habacha! Fuck off. I'm trying to eat the food you made me. J-Post making me dab like a dickhead. Well, so Edwin would. Also, J-Post, thank you again. I moved this down. So Edwin was saying, on Tommy quoting that he'd worked with Miyamoto himself to have the perfect sound effects for Metroid. See, I get the feeling that he made that initial claim, or a lighter version of that claim, in a room full of people who didn't know. Because here's the thing. GDC is a strange place. I don't even know the guy went to GDC or game events or what have you, but I'm going to use GDC as an example in that not everybody in the space making games knows games and games history. Making a video game is incredibly fucking hard. This you all know. But it's so time consuming that you don't really get the chance to consume too much media outside that space. And when you do, honestly, unless you're a fucking weirdo obsessive like I am, you want to do something that's not video games in your downtime. So, like, Metroid Prime is a known game, but how many people in the gaming space know the history of its development? Because it's not like Nintendo broadcasts all of that good shit. Aw, well done, my tiny drones. You kicked this person's ass. That seems important. I'll always remember you.
The Thinker's perfect equation has predicted your every move, Sigma. It knew you would be here. It knows where you will be next. And it knows that you will fail.
Wall's become obsessed with perfecting his predictive equation. The Thinker can do plenty, but tell the future? No. The splicing drove him mad. Wall can rot here in rapture for all I care. We'll make a copy of the Thinker and return it to the land of the living.
Did you know that
Good
the
work, little
Thinker
turrets.
processes the equivalent of...
Sorry, forgive me while I'm kind of like stuffing my face and chatting it. If you haven't had the chance to watch H Bomber Guy's video on the oof sound from Roblox, you really need to. Because the thing is, Tommy Tallarico is not the only person in that space who is using that kind of self-aggrandizing tactic. Now, it's very, very fucking common in the tech sector for people to pull shenanigans like that. Like, you all mentioned the Steve Jobs syndrome earlier, and oh boy, is that prevalent in fucking games. You know, you'll get a lot of studio heads that will put themselves forward as, like, the great and the brilliant. You know, their game will be the game that changes it all. God. I got trapped in a conversation with one of those types at an Insomnia one time. And they were insistent that their game was going to be the greatness. That it was going to change everything, that they were the person to bring it forward. And when I encountered their title, it was sad. It reminded me of BBC's, oh god, what's it called? Fight Cube. Like a mediocre third-person action platformer. And Edwin, despite Kyle talking about it on Sea of Thieves, I actually haven't had the chance to watch that Defunct Land yet. But been I've been a bit all over the place of late. But that's another story. Sorry, but bringing it back. The games industry does have a lot of those people.
12,000 encyclopedias
And it's
every day? The thinker works hard for Rapture.
It's feckin' hard. Because on top of dealing with these individuals that have these, you know, their opinion of themselves is at such a level of horrifying self-aggrandization as to be almost sociopathic. A lot of them are in a point of, oh, I stole that person's cake off their corpse. A lot of those people are in a position where they have control over swaths of the industry, and you can't call bullshit on them. As much as you might want to, you can't. Like, and it creates these individuals that kind of get themselves into a... Oh, I'm sorry. My face! My tits! Ah, alright, well, these two look like they've seen better days, but... Okay, sorry. Jumping back, so Sean was saying when they were young learning coding, they thought they were smart because everything was like a challenge to conquer. Now coding's like riding a bike. And... yeah, I think it's a very different thing. I'm guilty of it too. I don't value my skills very much. And quite often, I don't know. Only because it has been pointed out to me, I operate in a manner where I'm like, oh, well, everyone can do X, Y, and Z, right? Ah, fuck it, let's hack it. Once the laser cell just got stuck. Right, an unholy Glee, that is entirely fine. I am definitely extremely all over the place right now. You belong to me. Okay. Oh, and Kindball, did I say thank you for the bits? I hope I did, friend. That's really fucking cool of you. How are you doing, Kindball? Speaking of people who are incredibly good at their work and incredibly modest. Kindball, I just threw a couple of thermal cells on the grill if you're hungry. Oh, and friends, do let me know how the audio is as well. Oh no! Do you have foodstuffs? And hey, Kindball, I sincerely appreciate the lurk, right? We've been talking about alters in the gaming industry and people that aggrandize their own achievements in games, which I'm sure you've never had to encounter. River, we're fine. It's just splicers. Alright, well, let's go see what Mr. Porter's up to. Boardroom. The circus have found you!
Welcome to the
Yo, does anyone want a cream-filled cake? I'll grab one now. Oh, sorry, what I wanted to jump back on is again saying thank you to Kaimball, because even though I've been an insane waffle-mancer today, you all have been very lovely. Famous Six was pointing out, like, imagine if Randy Pitch would have been told no. See, sometimes to know how people be, you got to know where they came from. See, Randy was heading up Gearbox for a long, long time, and they were absolutely like the plucky that could. You know, they made their initial money porting other people's games, and I believe it was Opposing Force, a Half-Life expansion pack that was co-developed between Gearbox and Valve that ended up being their first kind of foray into original creations. So for as long as Randy's been in charge, Gearbox has been on the back foot till Borderlands, and then suddenly the power shifted. Borderlands made bank. Borderlands 2 made even more bank. And from then on, Gearbox was a powerhouse. Randy didn't have to listen to people. And I do not think that he did. Now, this is just purely reading the tea leaves. Duke Nukem Forever. God, what a mess. What a mess. Having a title that was so prolific and successful in the gaming space that there was no one, be it in production or publishing, that could tell them no, this is your ship date, the game has to go out, resulted in something outdated and fugly and heinous. Now, I was talking about this on Twitter a few weeks ago. I'd still like for people to have a crack at making a Duke Nukem Forever. I know I'm kind of heavily borrowing from Yahtzee Crowshaw's fake review from 1,000 years ago, but take the idea of Duke Nukem, this nerd who beefed out, obsessed with talking about, you know, getting chicks and making sci-fi references, you know, this person who exudes a lot of, you know, had a miserable childhood, so got swole in later life, and is just a rampant misogynist. Taking that person and dropping them in a world where that has consequences, I think is brilliant. One of the things, like, so we've done Dad of War with Kratos, right? I would love to do a Duke Nukem redemption arc where he raises a daughter. So due to time fuckery and the daughter he never knew he has, he's suddenly responsible. And you could do... Alright, now, this is just if I was in charge. I would do a... this is dark. I would go Lisa the Painful levels. Not quite, but I would definitely go in that direction. I would make a person be both aware and responsible at the same time. Essentially a redemption arc of sorts. Again, I know that's not super original, but I'd love to have a crack at that. It'll never happen, of course. Duke Nukem is not a brand that commands a large amount of money. And we'll be lucky if we see, like, we'll probably see another re-release of Duke Nukem 3D. Kaimball, I am currently eating, Fiona made us, like, turkey vegetable soup from all the Thanks Gay, which is actually legit. The Thanks Day, which is like Thanksgiving, but the day of, the leftovers into a big soup, and made, like, stuffing drop soup dumplings that were real nice. And now that we're down to about like halfway, just poured in a whole bunch of rice, just kind of slow cooked it into like a rice soup, almost risotto level. Ooh! Okay, Eagle Lives. Fuck yeah. You could do something real good with that. Sorry, Eagle Lives says, what if with Duke Nukem we went back and did it Doom 2016 style? Strip out all the bullshit, all the nonsense. We have a superpowered person who uses a myriad of ridiculous, over-the-top, 80s-inspired weapons and quips. Yeah, Doom 2016 would be real good. Plus, when you think about how Duke Nukem 3D absolutely subverted people's... subverted is the wrong word. It went above and beyond with an old game engine and did shit that no one expected. You could do some great, almost like immersive sim style gameplay stuff there. Because, like, if you stripped out the... I mean, okay, like, Duke's rampant misogyny was an emulation of, like, the Hollywood action star. You know? What if we took that same philosophy, you know? We took, like, a... Okay, based it on a more modern archetype of action hero. Could that work? Alright. Eagle lives. Sleep well. Have a lovely rest of your evening. But that is a fascinating thing to think about. And Edwin, I agree that the superfluous silly bullshit, you know, shrink ray, flushing yourself down the toilet, all sorts of, you know, bizarre sci-fi references is very much baked into Duke's DNA. But now that we have a much greater literature... The thinker knows. Well, that's bad. Search corpses for loot. I wouldn't shut you two down. Alright, what you got for me?
The thinker has shown me so much. My outlook was limited before. Ball games and stock prices, dollars and cents. No, the numbers spiral out. They touch everything. Hidden within them lies a predictive algorithm for you, for me, for the destiny of the base allele to the stretch of a galaxy's arm. The thinker is destined to give birth to that crystalline equation, which determines all. I thought I knew its true purpose before. I thought Porter was the fool. Now I see. I was the fool all along.
Okay, sorry, jumping back in. So Bismarck was saying the whole thing makes him think about the fact that once you get a certain level of skill for things, you can tell if something... I might need to come back to that one because I'm not entirely parsing what he's saying, but I think I've got a vague understanding. And Holy Glee says, was it Duke or Doom Guy who was pissed at the shenanigans and asked to get a fix because of making him miss watching Oprah? For firstly, Doom Guy was specifically a Jerry Springer fan, and so that sounds like a Duke problem. And Orzine says classic action hero versus new action formula. I mean, this is the thing. As a group, I'm not saying we need to reboot Duke Nukem. He can happily stay as a, you know, a strange, heinous love child of Stallone and Schwarzenegger at the height of their career. He can stay there. But if we were going to, there's many different angles that we can take. Now, I don't think we should Bourne Identity it, because the ridiculousness of it allowed for a lot of expression. But the thing I was going to say before we stumbled into the boardroom is that a larger portion of Duke's personality is based off of pop culture references, which at the time, like, we didn't have the same level of dissemination for, you know, for nerdery and for what's what, right? Now we live in a time where there is a video essay on every one of your favorite movies. There is this understanding and knowledge share. You know, being in the information age is great. We all know that "Hail to the King, baby" is a quote from Army of Darkness. Right? So what is the equivalent of the obscure reference that sounds like an action hero quote, but is actually super fucking nerdy? Orzine says, I wouldn't be against a Demolition Man beginning for Duke. That is what I would personally do if I had to reboot it. So the opening is in, air quotes, the past. Not historically, but where Duke comes from. A upsettingly sexist, misogynistic, action hero-centric time. He gets frozen, and now he is left in a space. Oh yeah, as Professor Nell says, the equivalent of having watched They Live 30 times. I mean, shit, They Live was another one of those films that, I know it did well in the US, but it kind of fell into cult classic obscurity in other parts of the world. Loads of people for 1,000 years accredited the "I'm here to kick ass and chew bubblegum" as a Duke Nukem quote, not a tiny, nerdy reference to They Live. The irony, of course, being that They Live's most iconic scene is a slow and very realistic fight between two guys that's awkward and uncomfortable and kind of shows the reality of having a fist fight with someone. Okay, Immortal Len. 2 points. 2 point internet points to you for whichever house you choose. Having New Duke Nukem quote drill, "I will face God and walk backwards into hell." I mean, holy shit, that would be good. Unholy Glee says, like, Duke in the Dark Age of memes. That's where you gotta be careful. So, you don't want to go too hard into mimetic culture, because it moves too fast. Even if we get an experienced team together... Wow. Dan, if you'd been, like, 2 seconds earlier, I would have inhaled, like, a gobful of rice. Wow. Firstly, hero to the people, Dan Jones, is bringing in a party. I says party so casually, of 124 people. So firstly, Watto and welcome. DJ has brought friends. Oh, yes. Dan, feckin' thank you, mate. How are you doing? Secondly, let me tell you what we're up to. We are currently playing Minerva's Den, the DLC for Bioshock 2, heralded as the content that reinvigorated Bioshock.
The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles,
Yo!
our 4 reptilian heroes, have overcome the arc villain Shredder.
Okay, a lot is happening all at once. Okay, so DJ is playing Dome Keeper. I can't wait to play that. It looks so good, but I'm afraid of Dome Keeper because I think it's going to consume me. I'm currently playing Spelunky 2 in my downtime because I haven't been able to play Shooty Gunbang. J-Post just gifted 5 subs to the crowd for Eprith, Fiona, Unholy Gree, Chris Sifnotis, and Loses a Noob! So, J-Post, feckin' thank you. To all of you who have just joined us, Watto and welcome. My name is Will. It is lovely to make your acquaintance. Thank you for joining us for this, the grand Bezos heist. I'm just using my powers. Again, I can't imagine any of my lot aren't aware of you, DJ, but I just want to make sure. So if by some weird random happenstance you all ain't following because of Dan Jones, please change that, as you will not regret it. And to Ghost Party, Zin Butts, thank you kindly for the follow. So DJ, just as you joined us, we've been talking about what we would do if we got to reboot Duke Nukem Forever. We were talking about how Duke's character was based on, at the time, obscure nerd culture and cult film references that now that we live in the information age are far better known. And we were working out back and forths of how we could create something contemporary using Duke Nukem that would be good. You know, do we completely remove all of his bullshit misogyny from his past? Or do we have him confront that? Do we try and rebuild the concept from the ground up, like emulating action heroes of now? Or do we keep that, like, 90s, like, beefcake cheese, but try and work it in a different angle? I know it's just a fun exercise, but, you know, people get so obsessed with remaking games that are already wildly successful. Why not remake a game that sucked? Why not remake a game that was both creatively and mechanically a disaster? So that's what we're up to, friends. So yeah, I'm playing Minerva's Den. I'm eating rice and soup. Soup rice. And I want to both say thank you and feck you, because from all the lurking I've been doing with your stuff, as soon as Fiona was like, hey, I'm going to make some leftover soup from Thanksgiving, my immediate reaction was, no soup! No one laughed. The guinea pigs didn't laugh, the dogs didn't find it funny, Fiona was generally confused, but I knew! Spot on. So yeah, I hope you're doing well, mate. To those of you who just joined us, if we haven't met, hi, I'm Will. It's cool to meet you. If you want to melt your brain, via the medium of discussing paratext in video games, or if you want to talk about the games industry, that's what I'm here for. We're also exploring Minerva's Den. So friends, if you have any thoughts or questions, go for it. This is not a first playthrough. You are free to comment and discuss to your heart's content. Like, the reason we're playing this...
That hack tool should come in handy. Head back up to my office.
The reason we're playing this is because it was such a influential piece of DLC, and it framed a lot of the conversation about DLCs after the fact.
Minerva's Den is mine. You think you can hack your way to the Thinker? You're welcome to try.
Will would proceed to try. Oh, and Fearless like that, I think that is a good angle. I think most people know those quotes from, like, TikTok memes, but yeah. Keeping Duke's abrasive...
Rapture depends on the Thinker every day. Dispatching trains, connecting your phone calls, and keeping the air fresh. The Thinker, the most...
Sorry, I pause it for a second so I can
helpful
say hello. Sorry, what Fearless was saying was the quote you may have heard on TikTok, which is, there are two sexes. The kind I have with your mom and the kind I have with your dad. Those kind of faux Duke Nukem quotes. Is that you could take his, like, abrasive macho style and filter it through a more positive lens. That could be a way of doing it. So keeping that kind of aggressive nature, but not making it so, like, rampantly misogynistic. It's entirely possible. Like I said, this is why I find it such a fascinating concept. Okay, so to open this pit up, and once again, Dan, like, sorry I went to space for a second there, but, like, thank you so much for bringing the raid in, dude. For those of you who have just joined us, if you'll forgive me for being a massive mercenary for just a second, I'm currently questing. I am questing for that most coveted of objects, the purple tick on this twitch.television. So, for those of you who are going to be watching our adventures forward, if you would be so kind as to either click the little logo of my face that says live, or up in the doobly-doo, just remove the referral equals raid part. Pretty much everything after Viking Blonde. If you give the page a refresh, that helps me numerically, and I would be sincerely grateful.
Machine in Rapture.
Wow. I'm sorry, I'm going to get some more remote tool bolts, because I kind of chewed through those. It did not do what I hoped it was going to. Oh yeah, and I think from what we know of John St. John or Zine, I think he would be totally down for that reimagining of Duke as a character. This reminds me that oh, it's more ammo. Sorry. God, I have completely forgotten my feckin' controls today. But either way, I'm not low on ammo. I've got plenty of ammo. More cash than ammo, but still. Alright. Alright, sorry. Have a lovely rest of your evening. Thank you kindly. Right. Let's go talk to the official guy.
Use your hack tool to spring open the door. That crack in the window looks big enough to get a dart through.
Alright. Oh, so just a quick show of hands. So those of you who just joined us, like, how many of you had played through, how many of you had played through Bioshock 2 before? Because as I said, like, we're just doing Minerva's Den. And, well, we haven't really gotten into the discussion about DLC and the ilk. It's definitely something that I want to talk about today. So, like, DLC and expansion packs and, like, how our perception of all of that stuff has changed over...
Wall splicers haven't gotten into my office thanks to the Thinker's security. I'm giving you top-level access now. All right? Beginning scan.
Scanning. Designation. Sigma. Please, come in.
Sorry I can't be there to meet you in person. You've seen the state of the den these days. It's the Thinker that's important now, though. I need you to get to the computer core and print a hard copy of the Thinker's machine code. Core access is in operations. There's an Ops access punch card hidden in the compartment under my desk there. Grab the card and head for Ops.
Sorry, Favor 6, I don't actually know who's voicing that. I was desperately trying to think there, but...
That first year in London working for Turing, I didn't see Pearl much. Spent all day and night in a government compound, building a computer to crack the Enigma machine. Pearl got pretty fed up with me. I didn't pay her heed. And then one night, I'm out in that complex, and the Blitz starts falling. Next morning, I came home to find nothing but ashes where I last saw her. Nothing but ashes.
Okay, many of you said haven't played more than 30 minutes of any Bioshock. Hey, I won't spoil anything from the first one. Oh, that's what we need.
Potter's time is done, friend. And now you collude with this traitor to steal the Thinker away from me? Sigma must be removed from the equation.
Thinker, deploy office defenses.
Thank you, big guy! No.
Wall. He was a brilliant engineer. We saw eye to eye once, long ago, but the splicing made him paranoid, delusional. He'd murder us both to keep the Thinker here.
Kitty! No! Poor little Babbage. And yeah, here was the invite from Alan Turing that he took to help fight the Nazis that... yeah. 0 out of 10, cannot forgive. Although knowing this, that's going to end up being something rather poignant. Because it is named. Okay, sorry. So one of the things that we talked about earlier, to those of you who just joined us, was the thing that Minerva's Den does, the thing that Fort Frolic did, and the boardwalks in Bioshock Infinite, were these little snapshots of open-world experiences, which are as much like environmental storytelling as anything else. And they are still worth discussing and looking into. The irony being is that, like, Bioshock 2 was an ultimately forgettable sequel that brought you back to the setting, but without what felt like the real cause and the real... Sorry. Bioshock 2 felt like a video game sequel, and then we got this whole little area that was just brilliant. So I haven't got the lightning plasma yet. Okay. Sorry. Here's me getting distracted 8 ways from Sunday. Guinea pigs have very strong reports about this. Oh god! Oh, that's my drone. Ah, so Verdant Flow. Environmental story? Where's the graffiti? Well, we're getting back to that. Thank you, turret. Sorry about that, Verdant. I got distracted by all of the nonsense. Yeah, let's go find you that environmental story. And take some more drugs! Have you heard these little terrors? Dan brought in a very, very large raid, which is why I think they're acting out. They can try and make it seem as if we don't feed them in front of a large audience. Guinea pigs. Alright, so it wasn't here. So we head back down to the lounge, and I should be able to start showing you some of the environmental nonsense that we've encountered. At the Circus of Value. You make an excellent point, Lizzie. You make an excellent point. Alright. So we already got this place on again. Alright. Here we go.
The Rapture Central Computing mainframe performs over 1 million calculations per second. Couldn't your business benefit from that kind of power? Contact a corporate accounts representative.
The Lancer is the most technically advanced Big Daddy that Rapture ever produced. Now it stands between you and the Little Sisters. And if there's anywhere that you'll need Atom to get by, it's Minerva's Den.
Hey up, mate. What's this?
I don't like it.
Right, we're cool. We're cool. We cool.
Don't dilly-dally, Mr. Bubbles. Hurry.
Yeah, now there's environmental storytelling.
Sorry, no visitors to the Rapture Central Computing mainframe, but you can see Rodin's masterpiece of sculpture that shares its name.
So here are the two characters in Minerva's Den that are in
Minerva's
contention.
Den.
So we have Porter over here, mourning the death of his wife in the Blitz, is trying to use the Thinker, a gigantic computer, to basically bring her back. And we have Wall over here, who originally wanted to use the Thinker for stock manipulation, and has then become obsessed with the... Actually, one of you might know the term, because I always used to call it like the everything equation. A science, well, or science fiction, depending on your opinion, term that, you know, with enough computation that you could predict everything that would happen. The idea that if you had the resources, you could potentially create an equation that would work out everything. It's a sci-fi topic, and is it grand unification theory? Is that it, library nerd? I've always hated it because the kind of people who bring up that philosophy, they aren't actually arguing in favor for or against. It's a logic trap whenever you discuss it, which just results in people falling out. And honestly, Black Mirror has already done it, so it's less entertaining. That was good soup. Oh, Bismarck, a logic trap is a question, or potentially sometimes a statement, that seems like that is likely to infuriate or annoy you, but in engaging in the argument, you are trapped in the very logic of its framing. So, the one about the everything equation, or the grand unified theory, or what have you, is, could you build a computer that's so advanced that it could predict everything? And oh, okay. Library Nerd says they're off. Gut is more about joining quantum and classical physics. Okay. It's a logic trap because any argument you could make against the functionality of that computer, because it is able to account for everything, it can account for every permutation of chaos and things like that. So to argue about whether or not it could be made is to get trapped in an argument that you will already lose. Does that make sense? Hopefully that's a concise way of describing it. It's the kind of things that people who like to play contrarian or that really enjoy like debates like throwing in. Sorry, we're still rescuing little sisters, but sorry, buddy. Dronio! It is not enjoying my audio setup, that is for darn sure. Chase me! Chase me! God, that was loud. Oh, poor guy. Yeah, I put a lot of spears in him, don't worry. Adopt. Tony friend! Yay! I am your new father.
Almost to bedtime.
Get out of here, you little scamp. Oh, sorry, yeah, we were talking about logic traps and stuff like that. Oh, yeah, and who is it that wanted graffiti on the floors? Check out these equations! Oh, sorry, yeah, before the logic discussion we were talking about, yeah, the different uses of this particular machine. So, yeah, on the one hand, we've got... Have I hacked this yet? I have not. On the one hand, we have one person who basically wants to resurrect the personality of his dead wife. The other guy has become obsessed with the everything algorithm. The idea that this computer could be so complex as to predict everything. And he's even gone so far as to say so far, like... He's even gone so far as to say already that it's predicted what you're going to do, and you're going to win. How prolific that is, I'm desperately trying to remember, and I'm not succeeding. That's a good spear. Alright, so we need to go that way. But I don't want to, so let's be rebels. If you're going to give me free will, I'ma use it. Alright, welcome to robotics.
Are these numbers? These climb readings? So very... Yes, hazard. I nearly tripped.
Hadouken! Ah! Ah, it's like AVP 2000 all over again. It's a thuggish splicer. Free cake. Yeah, Immortal End, free will and Bioshock. It's more likely than you think. Rivet gun. I've forgotten how so many of these work. But where? Spear gun's more fun. Bonk! Sorry, I pinned that guy in the chest with a spear gun, and I think he went to the Shadow Realm there. Oh boy. You know what? We can play with these kids later. And Naboo Head, how are you doing, friend? Watto and welcome! I think I got distracted by...
What's 7 times 12? Don't ask me, silly. Ask the computer tutor.
Honey, I'm home from work. What's that wonderful smell?
The automatic chef made your favorite tonight. Tuna surprise. And I didn't have to lift a finger.
What's the surprise again?
Don't thank me. Thank McClendon Robotics.
How might McClendon Robotics improve the lives of your customers? Meet with one of our corporate representatives today. McClendon Robotics. Conveniently located in Minerva's Den, the heart of Rapture's high technology.
Yeah, the surprise is it's not tuna. Alright, let's get the drill going. Oh. So what else have we talked about today, friends? I feel like with DJ Squad coming in...
Hell. The maglock door's still active. It's regulated by the resistors plugged into that relay. If you can find a way to yank them out, magnets fail, doors open. There's a plasmid that could do the job. They called it Gravity Well.
I fucking love that cartoon.
According to the Thinker's records, the Airtight Archives warehouse supervisor had a shot of Gravity Well on hand. Getting into the archives warehouse, that'll be the fun part.
Bits. Airtight Archives. It's our next location.
The door to the archives is shorted out. I'd check the McClendon Robotics workshops for a shot of Electrobolt.
You know what? I should have known. I should have known. Alright, I want to hang out and chat with you all here for a little bit, because,
Your possessions define you. Don't they deserve to be protected?
Fucking hell.
Airtight Archives offers the most secure choice that you can make. Remember, that's Airtight Archives, located in Minerva's Den.
Capitalism! Coming to you hot and fresh. Second thoughts, let's just go do a murder! Minerva's Den? No, I can definitely do better than that. Come now. So rude. So rude. Went to all the trouble of zipping that person across the room. And, so Library Nerd, I know what you mean with the whole speed of light nonsense and stuff like that, but I'm sorry I'm failing to come up with any other of the logic traps. I'm trying to think of some, but they're usually very obnoxious, and I try and avoid using them in discussion. I also will immediately kind of like tune out people that use them in conversation myself. I'm trying to think of another one. Because the computer that can predict anything. Bismarck, I guess the we all live in a simulation thing. Now, the irony of that is that even if we do, it changes nothing. We should still treat others with kindness and empathy, and we should never believe ourselves to be the center of any universe. So that's why I always get a bit tetchy with that, with the simulation theory. A circus of value.
Welcome to the circus of value. No refund, no return.
I think we murdered everybody. Yeah, we might have super duper murdered everybody. You know what? Philosophy's a good fucker for throwing those logic traps. If you haven't played...
Sequences. Sequence within a sequence. Within...
Sorry, what was that within? Something within a something. Sorry, mate, you cut off at the end there. Is that just your face? Ooh, free beans. Sorry. My sincerest apologies. The Forgotten City was what I was going to put forward. And you know what? That actually has a playable logic trap in it. I won't say where, because I don't want to be Captain Spoilery Spoilerson's Spoiler Town. Because if you haven't had the chance to play The Forgotten City, you deserve that game. Nope. Poor vacuum bot. Nothing personal, buddy. Aha.
I guess sometimes a cloud of lead just ain't enough. Today I signed for a shipment of those new bot models from McClendon. One variety tosses lightning bolts and the other fires a swarm of rockets. I understand we got some sensitive info bouncing around the mainframe, but brother, these guys ever heard of overkill?
Alright, but I'm going to call a teeny tiny wizard veto on the logic trap arguments, because it's not what I'm about. One of the things that I find so obnoxious about them is that they're very rarely used to forward a discussion. They're not used for the process of you and I better understanding each other or the world or the art that we care about. Most of the people that throw around logic traps do so because they want to be the smart winner. They want to have the intellectual equivalent of a Street Fighter match where they can say they won with frame data, you know what I'm saying? Whereas I very much come from a position of like, I do not know everything. It's through discussion and experience and expressions of genuine enthusiasm through games, through art, that I come to understand them better. Or I spend time with people who have like ideas, concepts, and perspectives that I simply don't. You belong to me. Thank you. That's right, there's a whole wall of peas back here. Delicious canned food. See, Moose, Mage is fun in that regard. Because you throw impossible concepts around, and then the DM's like, bet. You know, a logic trap ends up being not an obnoxious conversation point, but something which may or may not ruin the fabric of existence, putting you up a certain unnamed creek. Oh, sorry, when we talk about Mage, we mean Mage the Ascension. One of White Wolf's OG RPG systems, and frankly, one of their most interesting. This mass sprint sounds pretty good right now. How have I gotten myself lost? Quasi, we are talking Mage. Yep, I said wall of peas because of a wall of peas. Well, and I guess some canned fruit. Excuse me, looking for some special stuff. My mate was saying I could turn lightning from me hand.
This area is
You won't get away with it.
I absolutely will. Sorry, bear with me a second, friends. I need to handle these in grateful splices. Oh. Oh, so Ozine says that the casting system is interesting. Alright. I will talk about Mage the Ascension until I am blue in the face. The first thing to understand with Mage the Ascension is it is more of a roleplay system than a mechanically governed system. The idea is that you do not have spells as a mage. You have spheres of knowledge. Those could be space, time, heat, distance, nature. And you can use these in a myriad of different ways. But you can also mix and match them. The balancing effect is that you tell the DM what you want to do. You roll for success. But depending on how much you fuck with the boundaries of reality is how much it snaps back. So yeah, if you started putting impossibilities into the world, the paradox would absolutely throw some... yeah. The paradox system throws some absolutely wonderful, like, auto-balancing setups. I highly recommend looking into it, but you need the right group.
Not another. Hands off the
Why did we not just dodge my cool attack?
Why?
It is fantastic to play, but again, you need the right team. You need a group of people that are going to, like, RP and not potentially argue the DM. That guy's rude. Yup. Sorry, I did not do a good job of explaining that at all.
Get them. Where?
I am trying to have a conversation. I'm so sorry, friends. You just can't get the help these days. Also, one of the things is a little touch that I love about this is that you can pull a person's glasses off their face with telekinesis. See if I can pick up some more spear rounds. Of course. Alright, it's laser time. As Quasi says, yeah, Mage is consensus reality of the game. Yes. One of the fun things about it is that depending on the generally agreed state of reality is what you're allowed to get away with. And if the things that you do mess with the perception of reality too much, the universe snaps back at you. So if you were to... I'm trying to think of a good example. If you made somebody's watch disappear and claimed it to be a sleight of hand trick, that wouldn't affect the fabric of reality at all, because the person would be like, oh shit, that's a real clever trick. Oh, did you do it like sleight of hand? And no, you reversed time quickly enough so that you could take his watch off and palm it in your other hand in speed and no one else saw it. But if you were to levitate a singing ball of, I don't know, Rickroll personified in a little a flame, that would mess with people's concept of reality, thus resulting in pushback. And the more non-mage people that see it, the more people that have their concept of reality reconfigured, the worse of a time you're going to have. This man doesn't have a head. So the challenge isn't in defeating things in a fight or a battle of wits. It's how much can you bring to bear. It's free spear ammo. Oh, that was the guy I pinned earlier. Oh. I was like, shit, is someone else using my tools? No, I'm just that good. I tell you, splicers these days, am I right? So Chris says, maybe I'm drawing incorrect conclusions, but that kindly sounds mildly Doctor Strange-ish. Okay, that's not a bad shout. So Doctor Strange has two spheres of magic. He has time magic and spatial magic. Oh, there we go. So, I'm trying to think of some really good examples. So the spatial magic, for example, like opening up a hole or a portal, that is one thing you can do with spatial magic. You create a portal between one place and the other, but pulling someone's arm through, cutting the portal off to sever their limb, that's the kind of nonsense that you can do. With a combination of space and time, you could do some serious fuckery. But my brain's absolutely drawing a blank on the mix and match of it. I'd like to thank Minerva's Den for being actually good and very good at distracting me. Alright, well, Chris, nay rush, and I'm always happy to talk about Mage the Ascension because it is one of my favourite tabletop systems. You've got to get the right squad together for it. Unfortunately, you can't half-arse it. Because it relies on improvisation of...
At least this will come as a surprise to you.
Ow! Oh. Sorry, I gotta melt some splices. Splices! Blimp! I will say the spider splicers are another very, very good example of how they mixed up and created a few... Oh, robotic little sister. Fascinating. And created new interesting variants that ended up being flatter than their previous incarnations, at least in my humble opinion. I lost a drone and I gained a turret. Unholy Glee says, how much fun do the voice actors the splicers have in the booth? God. I mean, I like to think they had a great time. And that's I choose to believe, you know? You belong to me. Oh, I fucked up. Whew. I didn't mean to do that.
A thing like that, losing the only person you care about for somebody else's war, it makes you take stock. I started seeing eye to eye with Mr. Ryan around that time. And so, I brought my know-how down to Rapture. I built the Thinker for him, and now it's all I've got. I wonder sometimes, what if I'd come around to Ryan's way of thinking just a little sooner?
That's some dangerous thinking, friend. Edwin was saying that can confirm letting go and screaming wildly is fun, but also sort of tiring and terrible for the next few days or weeks. Yep. The toll on the personage and the voice is not to be underestimated. Coffee. Sorry, for those who don't know, so Edwin Tiong in chat has done a bunch of professional voice acting stuff for a bunch of different video games. Hot up cola. Oh, there's going to be something in here. Look at this room. This room is clearly very important. Oh shit, I forgot to get iron sights with this. I guess that was the done thing at the time. Boop! Boop! Oh! Am I the baddie? God, I'm having the weirdest feeling of deja vu. I'm really sorry, ma'am. I'm gonna need that spear back. I'm really sorry. Just don't even worry about it. Just don't even worry about it. Just gonna... Thank you.
Someone in the main flare. What?
I didn't see anybody in the mainframe. Did you all see anybody in the mainframe? I didn't. Poor gentleman must be imagining things. I feel so sorry for him. Being full of spears. Alright. Well, I'm clearly supposed to be finding something here, unless it's... Oh, you know what it is. Whatever it is I'm looking for is in the workshop first. So we just went in there, got the extra story beads. There we go. Edwin was saying, hearing their vocal cords buzz crisply after a particularly heavy session is not a great sound. Oh. Now, obviously, I wouldn't pretend to have taken it to the same degree, but there have been more than a few times where...
You know, I'm strong.
Gotta weigh my eye. Yarn!
Hold thought. Hold that thought. Sir. Excuse me?
Get this junk away from my workstation.
Piss. Sorry about that, friend. Alright, you and I need to work out a system here, Rocketbot, because our system is not currently working. No! Tiny robot! Come back here! Come back here! You're my little buddy! Yeah, welcome back. Yay! Little friend! Oh, don't judge me. Alright? My ability to make tiny friends with robots is well documented. Okay, sorry, where were we? Oh, we're talking about VO sessions and stuff like that. All I was going to say is, like, I've never had the chance to do, like, the really, really intensive sessions. I've not played any characters that involved, like, inordinate amounts of screaming or extreme vocal violence. But I will say that, especially when I did a run-through of Pyre, that's it, I found myself going hard, and I did a lot more vocal work in a few days than a person really sensibly should. But I did it anyway. Yeah, alright, you lot all make friends. Yeah, everybody's friends now! Turret friends!
Hello there, weird robot children.
Why do I get the feeling this is all about to go tits up?
Pearl's death opened up a kind of hole in my mind. But eventually I got around to reflecting on Alan and his intelligence test for machines. I remember grinning about the idea that I could beat it. Design a machine capable of replicating Turing himself. And wouldn't that show the old man? But then suddenly I realized I wasn't really thinking about replicating Alan at all. I was thinking about Pearl.
A classic tale. I'm so sorry, friends. I thought we were going to be under siege there. I pushed the button for the make plot continue. Oh, there they are. We'll let the turrets handle it. Turrets get it done. No, go do murders! Oh my god. Go. Alright, have you noticed? The turrets are named Howie and Edward. Oh. If there's anyone else, they can get murdered on their own time.
The Thinker's independent reasoning processor has been running for several months now. Standardized intelligence test scores continue to rise, beginning daily voice synthesis test. Good morning, Thinker. How are you?
Acceptable. Request to continue most recent conversation topic. Pearl Porter.
Oh, my late wife. Yes, I'd love to tell you all about her. I have a number of old audio recordings we made together that you could listen to, if you'd like.
Acceptable. Begin input of data regarding Pearl Porter.
You took the words right out of my mouth, friend.
Sounds like... Woohoo! Now we can zap our way into where we need to be. Yeah, what could go wrong? Teaching a robot to love. Could a robot love a man? Should a robot love a man? Oh, spear gun turns into a rocket launcher. How quaint. My turrets kick ass! Hey, if you want to come find me! Ow! I win!
Subject Sigma rises above the pack, A futile gesture before the all-knowing Thinker.
Yeah, whatever, mate.
Nicer than other daddies.
You're my child now! Sorry about that. I am so sorry, friends. I do seem to have become very consumed by this. So it'll have to be, it'll have to be Bantermancy time, lest I be completely consumed by this game getting into its rhythm. I think you can start to see how they're going for what feels like one obviously good character and one obviously sinister character. Also, someone mentioned Deathloop earlier, and I definitely feel like, and I hope this isn't like too much of a stretch to say, but this definitely feels like a progenitus of a lot of Deathloop's concepts. That is to say that Minerva's Den gives us a buttload of toys to play with, and unlike the main game, because it's much shorter, it encourages us to be more creative, play fast and loose with a lot of the...
You have to believe me.
Sorry, just a second.
I wasn't responsible.
Ah! Sorry, what was that? You weren't responsible for what? I couldn't quite hear you there. Ah, good times, good times.
Welcome to the circus of value.
Also, I am chewing through... I'm chewing through medkits. devices. Sadly, friends, the turrets did not make it out, even with the ability to repair them. Where were we? Oh.
How does it feel to know that your grand purpose is foretold by a machine? The numbers know already what will happen. As I tell you this, will it affect the outcome? I am not so much holding my breath.
Oh, sorry, jumping back. So, what I meant to say was that with Minerva's Den, it gives us a whole bunch of tools and toys to play with, and gives us a smaller, tighter, semi-open world environment so that we're encouraged to use them. Ooh. We have auto-hack darts? Oh, that is spicy. Sorry. It's something that Deathloop kind of mastered because the infinite looping setup of Deathloop meant that regardless of what you did in the space, you could always try it again, you know? Also, sorry, I jumped back into chat and to Swetcher Jokum. I do not know why Nightbot hit you with a fly swatter there, but it was not meant to. So I do apologise for that. And Wraith, sleep well, have a lovely rest of your evening, and like thank you for all that you have done with the heist, dear friend. Oh, so Lizzie had thought that Mr. Viking was a link. Oh, I'm so sorry about that, friend. Oh, it's lovely to catch you as well. Hello. Fucking Nightbot bit grumpy. I'm so sorry, friend.
Stop that incessant clicking.
There's a car.
I think I just chainsawed through someone's nan. I'm feeling bad about that now. Yo, Bacon, that's really fucking cool of you. Thank you. You didn't have to do that. Well, okay, no. Thank you.
Got another tube burning out.
First we shock, and then we pin the guy's face to the wall. How's that working out for you, buddy? Sorry. Yeah, apparently most .Viking isn't considered to be a valid
Rapture
URL.
Central Computing is the best choice for your company's computing needs. Why, the Thinker even does some thinking for Ryan Industries.
Le gasp!
One good zap from that electrobolt plasmid should get you into the archives.
I'm the bad guy.
Your possessions define you. Don't they deserve to be protected? Airtight Archives offers the most secure choice that you can make. Remember, that's Airtight Archives, located in Minerva's Den.
Oh shit! Yeah, no, Lizzie, I think you've got a point. You know what? That Ryan Industries sounds like a real wholesome chap. We should definitely get involved. Maybe even invest. What's the worst that could? All right, let's have a little hangout and a banter here. Oh no, it's going to do the looping discussions. I guess we'll clean house a little bit before we get back into Bantermancy. Because as I'm sure you've noticed, like the game's getting its feckin' hooks into me. Hey, babe. Hey, baby boy, what's up? Would you kindly look under your desk? I can see under my desk! It's where me feeties are! Oh, actually, I do need to pop to the restrooms in a second, though. Ooh. Utility and metamorphosis. Next to the wager.
Dear Dr. Lamb, I received the invitation to your little social club today. In return, I'd like to make you a wager. I wager you need Rapture Central Computing just a little bit more than I need your half-baked metaphysical mumbo-jumbo. Ideal in science, not whatever it is you're up to. You keep out of Minerva's den, and I'll keep this city's automation from grinding to a complete and sudden halt. Sound fair?
Oh god, what was Dr. Lamb's thing? Shit, it's been so long since I played Bioshock 2. Because by my understanding, Dr. Lamb is the Dr. Lamb is to Bioshock 2 what Atlas... Well, it's what Fontaine was to Ryan. Not the main antagonistic force, but definitely one of the driving ones. Friends, don't give up sleep. It's not good. Oh, okay, MDH is saying Dr. Lamb was the whole, the good of the many outweighs the good of the few. Ah, yes. And Bismarck, I didn't do anything wrong. Just going to the bathrooms, making some friends. You know, toilet friends. Well, now I feel bad. Lamb was the domineering collectivist. She was supposed to be the foil to Ryan. Ah, yes, because Ryan is like the hyper-individualist amongst a myriad of other things. God. It's all coming back to me now. Oh. Good afternoon to you, Fred. How goes it? So today, Fred, someone asked me if the cards, like the actual physical ones that you own, are the paratext for the Yu-Gi-Oh! Cartoon show. It's been a really good day. I learned the term paratext as it pertains to video games over the weekend, and I've become obsessed, I think is the right word. How's it going with your good self?
The Thinker has taken note of your new toy. A firecracker before the eyes of God.
Your face is a... Shut up.
You're a thinker! Gotta weigh my eyes! Curious.
Hello, Tucker. Come back in, come back in, come back in! Now! There we go. Okay. Did the turret always have names? Did I just notice? Oh wait, Fred, are you getting snow as well? a clean enough house here, I can get back to being a bantermancer. And Chris, like jumping back, it is a hella interesting thing to think about in media in general. One of the things that's kind of fascinating when we think about it now is how, because we live in the information age, we can gain so many things that can tweak or change our perception of media. Like, do you remember when it was an actual discussion? Like, do you remember when it was an actual discussion about whether or not Far Cry was a Christmas movie? Fuck me running. Die Hard was a Christmas movie. Now it's absolutely accepted. And again, it's one of those things I think about quite a lot. Drinking alcohol restores a small amount of Eve rather than draining it. Kevin says, of course Die Hard's a Christmas movie. How could it not be? But it's one of those fascinating things that it wasn't put forward as a Christmas movie when it was first released. It was purely an action film, right? It just happened to take place on Christmas. And collectively, we've discussed and rediscussed the is Die Hard a Christmas movie so much that it's kind of become the accepted element. Okay, but seriously, did all of the turrets have names before we started messing with them? Because I'm really starting to ponder, I won't lie. Oh.
A pair of thugs came into the archives today and started calling up codes from all over Rapture. People's private possessions, just rifling through them. Said they were Ryan security, that they were doing maintenance on the pneumatic system. Maintenance? Huh. Isn't the point of the archives to keep your things safe from prying eyes?
MTH, how is Far Cry a Christmas game? How is Far Cry the movie a Christmas movie? Also, for those of you playing catch-up on the every video game movie ever challenge that we've been doing over the winter, we did clear Wing Commander, so we're at, I think, 5 of 57 movies. Let's check new accounts first. Oh wait, no, that's where we got the Booze Hound. Sorry. Come, tiny turrets! I have such delights to show you. Kids are merciless. Sorry, friends, I stopped for a second there and they just completely obliterated the poor bastards in the water. Also, you work for me now. My house. Fred was saying, so the realistic explosions, ballistics, like in the Legend of Chung-Li. Caffeine, what was your feelings on the firearms usage in the Legend of Chung-Li again? Oh, and the explosions. Hey, Puns, thank you sincerely for the lurk. I really appreciate it. I apologise that I'm losing steam on just general banter. It's honestly because of this. Like, in a good way.
Oh, sure, you hear it in Rapture. One of the business types asked me, why don't you splice white? Get ahead. Well, that's some idiocy. I told him, first of all, I am ahead. Second, in Rapture, it's your work that's supposed to matter, not your skin. Too bad for some folks who can't splice in common sense.
Whew! That is a conversation topic that very few AAA games would even dare breach.
Go into the sea, Wilinus.
With caffeine, I'm already under the sea. Yeah, they absolutely went there. Oh yeah. And Fred is correct that The Legend of Chun-Li is one of the worst films. In fact, I would say that both Wing Commander and possibly any other film that comes after it is going to struggle. Wing Commander is genuinely better after you watch The Legend of Chun-Li. One thing that I do want to do, friends, is once we've cleared it, as in once the grand high list of every video game live-action movie has been watched, we're going to do 2 tournaments. We're going to do best and absolutely worst. We could do it like a knockout tournament, but that usually tends to stack later films higher. Alright, PVS, thank you kindly. Like, seriously, thank you for boosting the heist. We've been kicking ass today, and I'm gonna keep going while we have the strong heist numbers. But no, fucking thank you. You have a bunch of really good banter to look forward to. Edwin says Wing Commander killed the entire game series forever, so I think Wing Commander wins. Yo, but I didn't realize. So Edwin, Wing Commander movie wasn't a fiscal failure. It was a critical failure. So while we were watching Wing Commander, I started looking up some info. I had no idea Wing Commander the movie was written and directed by Chris Roberts of Roberts Industries. You know, the bloke what owns Star Citizen.
Program just so.
I love my turrets! Any more for any more? Remember, safety gear. Safe now, not later. I love my turrets. So yeah, I only found out that that was the case. And one of the fascinating things was that basically Wing Commander the movie was the Zone of the Enders of cinema. It turns out that Wing Commander had a large number of people that went to go see it, so it didn't do awfully. But the reason why people went to see it was because it had the Phantom Menace trailer. In fact, that entire film was changed, tweaked, and sped up due to its proximity to the Phantom Menace. So the reason why they changed the starship designs from being the classic starfighters to those weird, like, snub-nosed World War II-y things was because they were worried about visual similarities. But yeah, it made money.
Continuing input of audio data into the Thinker's database. Subject, Pearl Porter.
Closer now into the recorder.
I don't know what to say, Vincent. This is Mrs. Pearl Porter speaking.
That's the way.
And I'm recording this message with my brilliant husband, whom I love very much. And, I am so looking forward to seeing London.
About that.
So hard now, was it? Won't you be glad that we have these to listen to when we're old and gray?
And nothing bad happened the end. Alright. Yeah, Naru Hoodie, we're still heisting. Look at these feckin' heist numbers. We are kicking ass today. Oh, sorry, here's me being stupid. Ow. But yeah, yeah, and Chris, I wholeheartedly agree. Like, it was a shame because a whole bunch of the Wing Commander designs were completely scrapped. Also, apparently, the Kilrathi they weren't redesigned due to Star Wars. Sadly, they ran out of money, so that's why the Kilrathi had that weird, plasticky, smooth exterior, which is weird for an army of great big furry lion peoples. You know what I mean? Plasmid slot. A gene tonic. Okay, just as an FYI, Insect Swarm is an incredibly powerful setup. However, it grosses me out something fierce. So we're just going to take Hypnotize 1 for now, and Super Lightning, because Super Lightning is fun.
Stun enemies longer. Charge up to generate chain lightning.
Alright, let me pop back, because okay, yeah, so we watched Wing Commander. I didn't know it was done by Chris Roberts. I didn't know how it was entirely dictated by the Phantom Menace, how it was affected, and honestly, Matthew Illard goes above and beyond, combined with a lot of the command people being old, famous British actors, creates this really interesting, like, submarine movie. It doesn't work in terms of the science, and it's not a great adaptation. But you know what? I watched it, I didn't hate it. The Legend of Chun-Li is such a heinously bad film. So as it currently stands, of the 5 we've seen, obviously, best video game movie so far is probably still Street Fighter, the OG. And I know that sounds controversial, but it's just a little bit more... It has the Raul Julia effect. Sadly, what's-his-face from Red Dwarf doesn't quite have the same draw, but it definitely, of our current 5, it definitely goes Street Fighter OG, Lara Croft, Tomb Raider, then Wing Commander, Cradle of Light, Legend of Chun-Li. That's the 5 blocks so far. But like, we haven't done the Resident Evil block yet, and that's going to be a tricky one because it's a lot of films to watch, but we need to not binge them all at once so that the good doesn't get dismissed or the bad doesn't go unpunished. Oh! Can't believe you've done that. Sorry about that, friends. Didn't deal with these ruddy splices. So. Ah! Don't worry, turrets, I got him. Oh, Deus is saying we should take the Star Wars approach. Watch every single one of the Resident Evil films simultaneously. Well, okay, so this is the thing that I want to do with Resident Evil. So Resident Evil 1 is a good film. Ooh. Oh, we found a shotgun. Lovely. Ow! It's alright, works for us. I'm in severe pain. Alright, I'm gonna take a brief breather while I sip on some coffee. Yeah, because there's what, 6 of the original Resident Evil series, plus there's Welcome to Raccoon City. And oh, we've not started Blood Rain yet. Actually, so what would you recommend, friends? Because here's the thing. When we start doing the main bulk of the... Okay, sorry, I guess there's new people here, so hello! One of the things that we've challenged ourselves to do, or at least I've challenged myself to do, and some people are dumb enough to come with me, is I'm going to try and watch every video game movie over the winter. I've made a master list. The rules are, it has to be an adaptation of a video game, not something that has video games about it. So, for example, Dungeons & Dragons isn't on there because D&D was tabletop first. Also, animated films are out because then you get into the Animu section, and then, again, it gets wibbly-wobbly, and there's so much to it. So I wanted to keep it to live action because there's a certain challenge that physically representing a video game with actors presents that you wouldn't have to worry about with animation. That's a different challenge. The thing is, there's 2 big contenders in the video game movie space. That is Paul W.S. Anderson and Uwe Boll. Now, Anderson's... he's the wavy-davy wild card. So there's the Resident Evil series, which varies from really good to, oh god, why? And with a few standouts as well. Then you've got Uwe Boll, who it goes from, like, so bad it's good to so bad it's bad, please stop. So it's quite tempting to do a big series like Blood Rain, which has 3, or the fucking, the Dungeon Siege trilogy. God. We have the Dead or Alive movie, the Silent Hill films. Like, there's a lot to go through. Also, friends, if you'll bear with me a second, this is the master list as it currently stands. Just, if you want to make your... if you want to keep your own track of this one, just copy-paste what... yeah, so anybody with the link can view. Yeah, so copy link. So here's the Google Doc we currently have. Feel free to copy and paste that to make your own tracking list if you want to zoom ahead. There are quite a few blocks to get through. I tried to organize them by first series, then director.
You still live. What ho noodly one.
And what ho and welcome numbers. How goes it? We've been playing Minerva's Den today, the best Bioshock DLC, and the conversations have been great. And Hero to the People Dan Jones brought over a massive raid. So we are inundated with friendos at the moment. Orzine, the WoW movie is classified as live action because it does primarily feature humans, although it does feature an inordinate amount of CGI, whereas Final Fantasy The Spirits Within is a fully 3D animated movie, so that doesn't. Yeah, Naruhoodie, like, DJ's got our back. Yes, Varbles, there was a Red Faction movie. Be grateful that we've also discounted FanWorks.
Reactor online. Sensors
hey!
online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Lizzie's either trying to booty call me or make me jealous. Not sure which, but there's food, so I'm down. Also, what ho?
Also, what ho? Rilu, how are you doing, friends? I was just introducing a...
I got a damn it Lizzie from Riley over food rainbows. I thought you should know this.
Bravo. Bravo! Although apparently the I can't get the voice censorship to stop working on alerts, so feck me, I guess. And Lizzie, obviously, thank you for the bits, and really, thank you for 38 months. Though I am very proud. And Numbers, thank you for 49 months as well. How are you feckin' doing? But yeah, so this is the list that we've made so far, and it's impressive.
There are actually 23 different Dynasty Warrior movies, but you can't tell any difference between them.
Nope. No, what I was going to say is that thankfully, while there are some Max Payne films, it turns out they were all surprisingly high budget, but still fan productions, like unofficially agreed to. But yeah, so I've tried to organize these based on property and then director. But I also included the writers for them as well, just to give it some cadence. The one I'm gonna be interested to go back and rewatch is the Mario Brothers movie, because I've always been famously critical of that film. But again, after Street Fighter: The Legend of Chun-Li, like, I don't know. It's although Double Dragon is going to be a stinker. There's a lot of really bad films on this. The Name of the King Dungeon Siege trilogy. I don't even know where to start. Oh, okay, all right. A train has officially been called. So this is a good time to talk about movies and have a breather. Numbers want to poke when we do Mortal Kombat? Yes. Because my life kind of outside stream has been very hectic. That's why we haven't had like a proper, like, today we're watching movies, today we're streaming, because I'm kind of grabbing things as I can. And I do not think things are going to get less nightmarishly hectic over the coming weeks, but I'm going to do my best. I still got to...
Nightmare-inducing video game movie train.
There we are. No, I have an event next week that I somehow have to get fancy for, which I have no idea how I'm going to do that. Well, when. There's a thing on Saturday, and I have no idea how I'm going to find somebody to look after the baby boy. So... challenge mode. So Earl says the challenge is which Mortal Kombat movie? Well, both Mortal Kombat and Mortal Kombat Annihilation are on here, along with the 2021 Mortal Kombat, which... yeah, so we've got Mortal Kombat Annihilation, and, yeah, Mortal Kombat again. We still haven't done Tomb Raider, which is different from Lara Croft Tomb Raider. I keep looking at that Resident Evil block, and I'm like, oh no. We are under the impression that Resident Evil Welcome to Raccoon City is a stinker, but we won't know. However, we also get things like Rampage, which was surprisingly brilliant. If you didn't encounter that one, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson is an animal lover and conservationist who is best friends with a silverback gorilla who gets hit with kaiju juice. And so they have to save the world from other kaiju monsters. It's not the most highbrow of films, but it was genuinely charming the first time I watched it, and I'm looking forward to it again. There's a Need for Speed movie from 2014 that I'm looking forward to and dreading in equal measure. Binary Game says Resident Evil Machete Order. That is to say that by the end of it, you may be asking for the sweet release via Machete. So Earl you haven't seen Detective Pikachu. It's really good. I will give you no spoilers. And I guess there's a part of that movie that feels good for me because it's set in a part of London that I knew pretty well. But Detective Pikachu is potentially one of the best films on this list. Because it genuinely feels like a living, breathing world. You know, Pokemon's always been a bizarre place to imagine living, you know, where 10-year-olds can have basically a walking fucking flamethrower, you know. People are allowed to just fight each other in the streets for money. That's allowed. But there's something about Detective Pikachu that feels so lived in and so real that it feels like someone coming back through a wonderful... It feels like someone returning to a world they've lived in, even though it's the first of its kind of series. And yeah, like Earl and Peeps, don't wait for me to watch Detective Pikachu. It's a treasure. Share it with the people you love. What else? Oh yeah, 2 video game movies that Rocket appeared, Rampage and Jumanji. So, Jumanji, there was a video game, but the video game is an adaptation of the original one, and it's weird pseudo-sequel that's about a video game. The video game didn't exist before the film, so that's why Jumanji's not on the list. So Varbles, I don't know who you mean an acronym-wise. Like, those are the bane of my life, but I'll be interested to hear who. Oh, and Naruhoodie, thank you kindly. Teeny tiny little train for the evening? Feckin' y'all. Oh, Need for Speed. Wait, there's a new Need for Speed game? I feel like I would have... I guess... Well, I know a lot of people have eased off how they've been doing their marketing. Because Twitter's up shitter. But sorry, my manners. Because there was a lot of new people here, I want to say an extra special thank you for any and all of what you put in. That was a teeny tiny train, but it is literally how I feed this household. So sincerely, all of you, thank you. For those who don't know, yeah, we're entirely supported by donations, bits, and gifted subs. Or for any of you that pick up video games from Humble Bundle. We've got a link of those. And yes, numbers, there is a Neko Atsume movie, which looks charming and beautiful. Unfortunately, in the same vein as Neko Atsume, we have to go for, where is it? Dead Trigger. A 2017 abomination based on a mobile game starring Dolph Lundgren. You know, we get to do Sonic the Hedgehog 1 and 2. Those are fun. Binary Solo, I don't think they've done a Ace Attorney movie, have they? Not a live action one. So Ace Attorney live action. Oh shit, there is a... Wait, is it on the list? No way I missed Ace Attorney. I might have. Ah, piss! Yeah, from 2012. In 20XX, to prevent the rise of crimes, bench trials a new justice system where the defense and the prosecutor go head-to-head in court. Within just 3 days, a verdict is decided. Well, shit. That's directed by Takeshi Miike? Fucking wet! What the fuck? Miike! Alright. So, congratulations. We are up to 58 movies! I am updating the spreadsheet as we are talking. It doesn't say who it was written by. I have to look into that. Holy crud vapors. Because for those of you who don't know, there is a... God, this was 2012. and it's available on Amazon. Alright. Thank you, numbers! I'm trying to include the writers as well, because sometimes that's important. Yeah, so let me just move Ace Attorney up next to Yakuza Like a Dragon. Alright, congratulations to Takashi Miike. Or Miike Takashi, I forget the... for rejoining our list! That's fascinating. So Binary Solar says they were trying to explain it to their wife, who had no idea who Miike or Ace Attorney was, and then forgot to watch it. Yo! I absolutely love his live-action Blade of the Immortal. Yeah, Takashi Miike's lineup of films is both brilliant and horrifying. So, as a director, he has done things that are simultaneously inspired and horrifying to a way in which few have come to match. So yeah, don't go into his stuff lightly. That's as far as I want to go in discussing on stream. MDH said, wait, the newest Yakuza game already has a movie adaptation? What they're doing at the moment is they're reworking the naming convention to follow the Japanese naming convention where it's called Like a Dragon, to avoid the obvious kind of ties to organized crime. Okie dokie Lokis. Okay, so we're up to 58 movies. Alright. Oh, some of these are probably going to get more and more challenging. Elwa says, Will, how's the Assassin's Creed movie? It's painful. But, again, it's going to be interesting to see how it stacks up to everything else. So, like, Uncharted is like, expensive cringe. I will say, rewatching Lara Croft Tomb Raider was definitely awesome. And for that one, Immortal Len, I'll have a look. Oh yeah, Aqua Hibiscus, yeah. The Assassin's Creed movie is a lot of leaping around. It's just bland. It's just bland. Sorry, getting back to some Bioshock, so it's not just me yelling at things. Where was she? Fun things like that. Yeah, so Lizzie, it's definitely bland and boring. You know, an absolute waste of Michael Fassbender as a performer. And a whole bunch of other nonsense. Uncharted is more cringe than anything else. Like, I don't have a better descriptor for it. You know, I watched it once whilst under the influence of the bad lurg. And have tried watching it again, and it's just uncomfortable. Also, I'm trying not to become one of those individuals Like, and I mean like the elitist jerk judgment of art type bad words, but it's getting really hard. And the reasoning behind that is because I keep encountering this concept. Oh, are we just friends now? Oh, I used the wrong ammo, okay. And it is that the Uncharted games are some of the best games to date. And I'm really struggling with that conceptually. One of the things that was really interesting about watching the movie adaptation of... Peoples. Oh well. Didn't need that one anyway. Oh, crud, I should have actually equipped that so I can talk to you lot. Sorry. I don't mean to be overly mean about it. It was just, when watching the film adaptation of Uncharted, it becomes so painfully obvious that there isn't really much beyond the QTE spectacle gameplay. There isn't really a plot per se, you know?
What?
Let's try the shotgun out. Oh, no, they're two dead. Oh. Sorry, I've got to make sure my little turrets are prepared. I could have lived my whole life without hearing that term fearless, but now I've heard it, I am going to share it with the crowd. Friends, what is an advent calendar, if not a chocolate battle pass? You're welcome. But yeah, so, Naruhoodie, the film adaptation of Uncharted shows us that, again, beyond that spectacle vibe, that cinematic element, there's nothing behind it. That, sadly, Nathan Drake and that cast of characters is wafer thin. And I think that's one of the more interesting things that comes from the film. It accurately demonstrates where Uncharted as a series falls down. And I don't know what we're supposed to do with that information, you know? Uncharted's definitely not the worst on the list. But like I said, I really want to do with you all like a best of films and a worst of films. So we'll do 2 leagues, essentially. What we could do is we could kind of sit and do the preliminaries on the vending machine. Fuck me running. On the long ship. And then do, like, the grand finals. We could do the grand finale. Live on stream with a, you know, live studio audience. I think that could be a lot of fun. Aquabiscus, did you manage to see the Kingdom Hearts pilot animatic that got posted randomly last month? I'm sorry I missed it. Now, when you say, like, animatic, was this what they used to, like, structure the original introduction to Kingdom Hearts? Because all I could think about was how, property of read all. This seems bad.
No.
Oh, this is the person I beamed in the face. How's that working out for you? Well, peace. Wow, we are doing very well for resources. Considering I haven't played any of Bioshock 2 in like 1,000 years, I feel I'm getting the hang of it. I really enjoyed that.
17,468 vacuum tubes. Each with its own function, its own purpose.
Where? What? Something solid. It's wrong. You're doing this on purpose.
Take that good gravity well. Thank you.
Clear a room of clutter or your enemies. Watch them try to resist the pull of Gravity Well.
Evolved today.
The Tinker knows what you're going to do with that, and it isn't happy.
Sorry, I'm just listening to people heckling my turrets and getting ruined. Ah, what do you think you're going to blow? Good turrets. Who's a good, well-repaired turret? Who's a good turret? Yeah. Yeah, it's a tiny little black hole. A little happy fun times. Damn, dude. How do I feel? But yeah, no, I didn't realise that there was a pitch for that. The only thing I was going to add is that we rewatched The Nightmare Before Christmas over Thanksgiving. Alright, time to use the missiles. No! Me a turret! Man, the sound is not happy about this. Am I the baddie? I really feel like the baddie. Oh no! I'm sorry I killed your old dad. Had the best daddy. I think I just pile drived him into the floor. Oh no. I'm the baddie. You're my baby now. Oh no. Oh god. I'm not gonna lie, I just feel really guilty now. So I probably should feel much guiltier now I think about it. We can never come back here. We can never come back here. Alright. I don't tend to use the dual system now. Okay. Darn it, Fred. You've rumbled me. All along it was in fact I who was the pod person again. Wait a second. Oh, I completely forgot. Yeah, we can get the little sisters to harvest Adam, can't we, if they're glowing? Nah, we good. Save some people. Do some good. Well, MDH, I hope you get some decent sleeps. Or if you want to keep hanging out, you know you are more than welcome, friend. Oh, shoot. Gatherers. God. Ow. What? Oh, shit, the bed. Alright. What have we got that is very powerful? On the plus side... on the plus side, we have that camouflage, but... Yeah, here comes Civic Sister. I forget how hard these fights are, so I might get wrecked in a second. Okay, apparently I'm supposed to do more damage with thermal cells, but... Now, someone will have to remind me the thematic reasoning behind the Big Sisters again, but they were kind of the new threat to be added. Oh, bleeding Nora. And let's never speak of that again. Sorry about that, friends. But yeah, the Big Sisters, if you never saw them, they were kind of like an additional antagonist to add as a throw. I still feel so bad for pile driving that guy. Alright. Proud parent. Get even more of your time. Any little sisters working for you will get an atom from every corpse. Alright, so if we save a little person, then they do cool stuff. Love it. Yeah, I just... I won't lie, I feel real guilty about that one. The Circus of Value will be back after these messages.
The machine's prediction accounts for your every act. Until you reach the Thinker's core, the equation simply ends. I will not let such an error come to pass.
Yeah, shit's gonna get real interesting.
Come back to me.
What's up, big man?
Weigh my options. Enough of this foolishness.
Yeah, go on. Hit the Big Daddy. See how that works for you. See how that works for you, mate. You know, I'll just melt you. Stop running! Thank you, turret. Because, yeah, I think... is it here? Oh, yeah, so we've saved all the little sisters on this level. Alright, so we don't have to worry about fighting our friendly cohorts. Sorry about that, friends. I completely lost my train of thought once more from video game movies. But one thing that has been interesting about it is that it's gotten me re-examining a part of our industry that I don't tend to think about too much, you know? Like, ever since we moved away from, you know, the angry... best to phrase it. We've changed so much as an industry in how we review our art and how we understand it. It's been interesting to see which films really did try and do something good with a license, and which were so far removed. Where's the bot? Where's the bot? Come back, friend! Friend! Friendship! There we go. Now you work for me, means I can make you cooler. It's still being very dramatic at me.
When the pneumo tubes deliver your package on time. When there's just the right candy bar in the vending machine. When everything works just so. Thanks, the Thinker. And Rapture Computing, of course.
Ow! Alright, feel good? Feel okay? Alright. You know what, Bright Karma? I didn't expect that as well. That is something that's been genuinely catching me off guard since we started doing this. What's up, big man? Oh, sorry, let me jump back into chat. Like I said, I'm still trying to remember a whole bunch of plot points from Bioshock 2. And I think it is worth restating that one of the reasons why, sadly, this game isn't as remembered is that it's overtly very forgettable. I don't mean that to be a disrespect, you know, like, any game that comes out is a miracle. Like, any game that makes it to this point is a success. In an artistic sense, but it didn't redefine the video games in the same manner that we got to see from, say, the original Bioshock. And it certainly wasn't as contentiously discussed as Bioshock Infinite. So it's weird that, like, so Bright Karma, I'm getting the same kind of vibe, that same kind of, like, super nostalgia.
Up and over, friend. Once you toss that gravity well over the divider, the suction will do the rest. Bingo, that's the way. We're one step closer to getting the Thinker's blueprint out of Rapture. Head down the lift to operations.
Also, the music will always be happy and nostalgic for me. As I keep thinking about when we're going to do like a run-through of like Fallout 3, New Vegas, or Fallout 4. But I realise if I have to hear the Butcher Pete song, because he loves his meat, if I'm going to have to hear Butcher Pete as many times as one does during that playthrough, someone's going to get murdered. Bright Car was saying they loved this series when it came out. It's a trip down memory lane. Oh, absolutely. And here's the thing. Bioshock 1 was
Operations. You're nearing the heart of the machine.
Okay, so we're not far up clearing this. Okay, I'll do this, because you all don't mind looking at watery stuff. I'm going to nip to the loo quickly, friends, because I reckon we're not too far off of bringing this whole venture to a close. Plus all the underwater noises keep making me want to pee. So please stick around. We're going to be finishing this up because for as long as you all are here and we're kicking ass with the numbers, we're doing this. Oh, Edwin says Butcher Pete isn't in New Vegas, but Johnny Guitar is. Sadly strumming his guitar. Sad little Johnny. Oh, bless him. Yeah, let's keep going with this. Sorry, I desperately have to pee. I'll be back in just a second. Friends, I am both happy and sorry you did not hear the incoherent scream of yes as I came back. I've got tiny curly fries. Fuck you, today is awesome. What I was about to say was firstly, Naru, you're right. Gonna need a pinch of salt on top of there. Secondly, I caught a little bit of the Mario trailer, and oh boy. Once again, friends, no matter how your week goes, no matter what's going on, no matter how you feel about your personal, professional, or artistic works, you have not phoned it in as badly as feckin' Chris for Super Mario. Like, oh boy. Yeah, it seems to be, it's some kind of bizarrely strange, like, I don't know how to describe it. It seems to be all of the Mario events thrown into some kind of, I don't know.
Visitors to Minerva's Den are reminded that the operations wing of Rapture Central Computing is strictly off-limits.
It seems to be like some kind of weird death games where they're doing battle over all the different Mario events. But yeah, Edwin, I was looking at it, and one, Chris Pratt is phoning it in. Two, if you look at the animation, there's one scene where Mario is getting hurtled through the air, and Chris is just going, ah. It doesn't match the face at all. Of course, Jack Black is kicking ass. Like, this... Jack Black is gonna Raul Julia this film, you know what I mean? Yeah. Oh, and Central Kasune, it does seem like that whole trailer is meant to focus on the other characters. It's just... Edwin, I want you to know, I read that in your voice. Also, I'm sure the thing we've all seen, the meme that did the rounds, which says the, it's a me, a Mario. That's not the voice. The fuck it was. Oh yeah, and to Dreamer, yeah, the option to hire ProZD existed. But, again, we've covered this one a bunch of times. The thing I wanted to add is that if this film comes out before we're done with the list, we're all gonna have to bloody watch it. I really don't want to.
Sigma, you show such loyalty to a proven traitor. What is Porter to you? A convenient excuse to disrupt my work? Or something more? I am curious, I must admit. But not enough to let you live.
Close this shit down. Oh. Wait, I can't turn my light off, can I? Oh no, I'm very obvious. Witches. No, you should be friend! Friend! Why are you not friend? There we go. Sorry, let me just handle this one and with extreme violence. Excuse me? This is going very poorly. There we go. Just going to take a moment. A curly fry. Darn it, that's a great one-liner, Fearless. I'll use the time travel plasmid and deliver the, well, Sigma balls. And then the porter guy will be livid. And I'll be seen as a hero. It'll be brilliant. And yeah. I didn't want to go too hard into wailing on the Mario movie. I mean, visually, it looks fascinating. It's going to be interesting that we may see a Sega does what Nintendo don't. Watching Donkey Kong slap the hot snot out of Mario felt good. I enjoyed it. I couldn't disconnect Mario. I think about all the people they could have put in for that. Get over here.
I've got a bathysphere at my lab that should be able to get us the hell out of Rapture, but we can't launch just yet. First, we'll need to reprogram a signal beacon. That nutcase Lamb's got the city on lockdown, but a hacked beacon should keep her torpedoes at bay. See what you can find.
Did I just win? Am I winning? I don't feel like I'm winning, friends. I don't feel like I'm winning. Okay. I guess the only thing that I did want to add on that particular trailer for the Mario film was that then we had that whole thing where we saw the Sonic trailer dropped, and then there was a large amount of outcry as to X, Y, and Z, and so the team were put into drastic amounts of overtime to make like a whole new fucking Sonic model without the weird teeth. Hell, Ugly Sonic even ended up in a film of their own fruition, which I think is the funniest fucking stuff. So what I thought was maybe with this new trailer, they'd have Chris sat down and be like, "Hey, you need to step it up, mate. You can't phone this in."
After some searching, I made contact with Charles Milton Porter in Minerva's den. A productive exchange. Clearly, Rapture is no place to continue my research. But Porter says that if he can find a way to return to the surface, along with the programming for his mainframe, we could then rebuild the machine and work together towards the cure. I have located an Alpha series to assist him. Subject Sigma. I must return to the surface. If Sigma is successful in Minerva's den, then the cure for Adam's curse is on its way. It is only a matter of time.
Interesting. There we go. Let's do a spot of shopping before we continue.
Welcome to the circus of value. No refund, no return.
So, Edwin, I meant to ask, have you done any, I don't want to say cinema work, but have you done any, long-form animation stuff? I'm trying to think of a way to phrase it. I don't want to say, have you done movies? Just because like, the manner, at least as far as I understand it, the manner in which one records, you know, VO and VO performances for a video game is drastically different than doing it for, like, cartoons and animation, and when they're feature-length, that sometimes changes things. I'd be curious to know your thoughts and feels, at least on that side of it.
The seafloor outside Minerva's den is a machine graveyard. With a little luck, you should find the beacon we need out there.
Oh, cool, we're going outside! Fuck. Sticks. Fuck. Fuck. Ooh. Big shotgun.
I must keep an eye on Porter and his thinking machine. There's more than one way to muscle out a rival, and I suspect that Fontaine is vying for market dominance in computing now as well. Each hour that contraption spends crunching genetic code for Fontaine brings my city one step closer to dissolution. And if Porter should begin dancing to that hoodlum's tune, well, the machine is a marvel, invaluable. The man may prove obsolete.
Oh, Ryan, you paranoid bugger. Chris was asking if anyone has cracked the mathematics scrawled across the game. Actually, Chris, I don't know. Does anybody have any insight or want to do like a cursory search to see if there's any info on that? Because I'd be interested to know. Oh, sorry, on the subject of... on the subject of varying voice acting and things like that, Edwin was saying that video game acting is very different from dub acting, which is very different from acting in animation in varying ways, but also the same. That old chestnut. I don't want to go outside. That seems like a really bad idea.
Maybe there's an odd number of folks down here. And you're just the odd man out. Fuck you.
Some damn fool stuck his finger in the socket. To get out through the airlock, you'll have to break the circuit somehow.
Job's done. Time to corpse. They didn't do as much of that as I kind of hoped they were going to overall, but I love that there are a few of these like little harken back to immersive sim titles. Chatting with myself over the weekend, I've decided to stop being such an arse about the term immersive sim. It doesn't make sense, and it is weird, but it's no weirder and no worse than any of the other terms we use in video games. And even though it doesn't refer to a genre, it refers to a scene and a philosophy. At this point, I need to stop being an arse and just call it an immersive sim. Sorry. As Zeke was saying, live tonight! He made a thing and might need to be killed for it. Brought to you by the man behind Is a Man Not Entitled to the Sweat of His Brow? And apparently getting fucking killed by it as well.
I figured out how to reprogram a bathysphere signal beacon to scramble Lamb's torpedoes. But I need access to a bathysphere, and Porter's got the only one in the den locked away at his private dock. Son of a bitch, why doesn't he open up?
Eventually the human body, when caught in an electrical circuit, will pop like an overloaded fuse.
Ah, but not when there are plasmids involved. And also Vanderbeest, thank you too. Though yes, that is simultaneously interesting and gross. Instantly, right? But yeah, so Zeke, how's your day going? We've been doing battle with an inordinate amount of Rapture's finest, with exceptional amounts of Baphomancy, and enough dialogue to shake a stick at. How are you doing?
Look for a downed bathysphere. They each had a signal beacon we could use.
I don't like this. Clap, 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 clap. Oh, fuck off! There's supposed to be 2 guard for sharks here. Fuck! I eat my curly fries in the airlock. So Zeke got 3 hours sleep after doing the longest Veil of the Ancients. Woke up to a meeting and said 5 words. Napped on the floor for an hour, so that discomfort would encourage me to get up for class. It starts in 12 minutes. And Zeke, I would love to lend my vocally British talents. We were just talking about voice stuff when you came on in. Mostly about how the new Mario trailer... I mean, it looks gorgeous, but I'm going to be watching it in any language other than English. Oh, fuck off, shark. Ah! Ah! No, no, don't like it. No, no, fuck off. I don't like this. Aww. Ah! Fuck off. Ah! Ah! It's alright, it's just on a loop. 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 Oh. Ah. Yeah, I'm supposed to be the big mean fighty. These things aren't supposed to be out here. Fuck off!
Make yourself at home, Sigma. Soon you also will be rusting here among the trash, used up by Porter and tossed on the heap.
It is circling you.
No, not circling me. It's just circling. You guys are mean. Don't bully me, I'm little. Ah. This is one of those situations where I don't know if it's better or worse to see it.
That'll do the trick. Take the beacon to the master input console in the programming wing. That paranoid bastard Wall had it installed in his office.
Okay, I got this, I got this. It's just orbiting. It's up! It's just doing its little thing. I am the big fighty. I am the one who stabs. Who stabs. Ah! Fuck off, mate. Ah! I wish I could sprint.
surprise, Sigma!
Sigma balls! Cool, that was the fucking worst. My friend. My friend. Everybody's my friend in here, even these violent turrets, except for that shark over there. You can destroy him when I'm gone. It's to the leveled dagger. Thank you kindly for the follow. Oh, okay.
Hello? You will answer me. Oh. Oh, stop it to my head! Oh.
Everybody alright? Everybody okay? Oh, okay, and breathe, and breathe.
No.
Alright, Sagebell, I heard your request for bees, but apparently it's been denied by people outside the door.
Someone in the mainframe?
Don't make me carry you.
I'm back!
I'm terribly sorry, friends. We're going to have to handle Mr. the Big Lad. I am extremely blinded by whatever you just did. Oh! Meanwhile, in Will's trap room. So Sage, we can get bees. I just need bee money. Go get him! I'm gonna need bee money. What up, big man? Yep. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? It is a plane! And on that plane is Dr. Bees! What's this?
Daddy, you always save me from the monsters.
A lovely family outing? My beef case of bees ought to stop.
Are you taking me home?
I'm your new father. Thank you, father. Am I the baddie? I'm feeling like the baddie here. Alright, look, Sage. It's all about, it's a state of mind. It's a state of mind. Okay, the little sisters can collect Adam from glowing corpses.
It's this way.
Ooh! Let's go harvest some corpses. Alright. So we gotta protect the little sister whilst doing a hoover up.
Oh, Daddy, right here.
Yeah. Go get the good goo goo juice.
Do what you will with the girls. Twist your body with Adam. The Tinker's perfect equation accounts for all possibilities.
Well, does it account for D's? Delicious. You're right, kid? Alright.
Happy birthday!
Oh, great. Just my luck, I've got to deal with this gigantic psychopath. Hold that thought, friends. I've got to go do a crown.
Daddy's giving you stars at parties.
I got you, kiddo.
Here's a present for you. I better get gone. What are you doing with her?
Later!
Done, Daddy. Are we gonna be together again, Daddy?
Yeah, I remember the brutes from Bioshock Infinite, but I did not remember them from this. And they are absolutely handing me my ass at the moment. So... I require the circus of value! Anyway, let's make sure the kid gets back. Gotta be good, Dad. Lizzie, I'm not saying that out loud and you can't make me! But thank you for the bits, alright? Even though you're all being terrors. Oh, so Sage, one of the things that people were pointing out when we played OG Bioshock was that they swapped the buttons round. So they swapped around the button for harvest and the button for save. So if you'd been playing like one straight into the other, it was real easy to go from, oh, don't worry about it, kid, I got you, to, oh god! I just harvested a child! Right, now where were we? Oh, storage. Thank you! Goodies? Upgraded rivet gun. Love it. Oh, cool. It looks like the weapon from My Friendly Neighbor. Chris says, this is the remake we're talking about. Do you mean in this? Yes. Oh, wait. Chris, wasn't it yourself that pointed out that in the remake they swapped the buttons round? Or am I going completely doolally-tan?
The brain boost gene tonics are working. Extra strength, yes. I see more now. One mind, doing the work of two. 10, with the help of the Tinker, 1,000. The machine spoke, Ryan listened, and finally, I have the Tinker all to myself. Goodbye, old friend. Don't worry. You leave your creation in capable hands.
Accusations. Never got the guts to cite it.
Ah, it feels good to have the power of several. What? We make friends with turrets in this house, alright? Sage was going to try to play OG Bioshock on hard mode. Yeah. Well, it's one of the things we talked about when we did like the playthrough of OG Bioshock. But yeah, they use a lot of the. They use a lot of the concepts that people may or may not have been familiar with from System Shock and stuff like that. They use those to do some fascinating things. One of the things that I found really inspirational was how System Shock's difficulty was so brutal. Hang on, let me just handle this. System Shock's difficulty was super brutal. Like, when you died, you only got to come back if you had enough cash to pay for it. And, like, the death penalties were pretty severe. Sticks. That's right, I'll buy some more in a second. So it got you conditioned. It got you conditioned towards... I shouldn't have put any mini turrets down. Put some mini turrets down. Love me some mini turrets. Let's go. Okay, they don't stick on the floors, that's fine too. For those people that, like myself, who played a lot of System Shock, coming into this was kind of fascinating because you're already conditioned to be afraid, you know? And it wasn't until spending like a large amount of time in-game that you realised that you're actually pretty safe. So long as you've got the Vita chamber systems going, like, you can get it done. Ow. Words can hurt, tiny turrets. Words can hurt. Oh. Now, by Superman rules, one of these people should have turned into a cyborg by now. Specifically that guy. So you're saying, fun fact, Bioshock and Borderlands were the two games that I learned to play FPS on. Fascinating. I think Borderlands is a very good place to... It's a very good game to get stuck into first. Darn it. Thank you. Thank you, tiny turret. Those little guys are great.
Some of the boys in the code pit whipped up a real doozy of an entertainment. Monitor screen hooked into a sort of tiny airplane cockpit, yeah? And that's swell, because what shows up on screen is an X, that's you, and a bunch of O's, like a Spitfire surrounded by a squadron of Jap Zeros. You fly your little X around and shoot them down one after another. The wall caught us at it one night, called it a waste of time. I don't know. On balance, ain't it better to change what's on the screen than just stare at it?
They made a video game.
Guts. I will make you right.
Oh, we've got to play some video games now. Piss! Oh no, friends, don't mind me. Like, I'm just living my video game life here. I've actually decided that I'm not going to help either individual, and we're just going to play video games forever now. Look, I'm telling you, it's the future. Ryan doesn't see it, but this right here, this is where it's happening. It'll never catch on. Psh. Look at this agony. Look at these visuals. Although I do have to remember that I do have a bit of a chronic addiction to minigames. I'm one of those people that fully unlocked everything in Stardew Valley. For those...
Bioshock 2 Minerva's Den Spitfire % speedrun.
Hey, Felix. I hear Porter is really happy about the new trajectory calculation routine. You know, the one that we worked on for 6 months? The one you took all the credit for? Oh, that reminds me. If you're looking for the key to your brand new office, you might want to check in the Circus of Values down the hall. Hope you brought your milk money, asshole.
We need 250 cash to get his office key? Feck! Can we sell? Alright, well...
Something come loose.
Ooh. A machine gun. Hello there. Wish I hadn't biffed all our money on health potions. Oh well. $250 cash, I'm gonna make that! Also, you'll severely underestimate how much murder I can do. Because I've got my turret friends. Yeah, and Bright Karma, that's with the, that's with it hacked as well. That's not even full price. Alright. Okay, someone's sitting on a load of cash here. So how are we going to do this? So we have to use something to get rid of this electro bolt. So somehow, on the other side of this, we can use a cool kid thing to get through. You turret kids got any idea? No? Well, no, sorry, so jumping back, so like, Sage was saying like they got started with Borderlands, and I do mean like that's a really good game to kind of cut your teeth on, because in terms of like health, damage, etc., it's pretty squishy. It's a ton of fun, and it's more about like, you know, the experience and level. Oh, baby boy! Sorry, friends, nothing I have to say is as important as... Oh, he's got his fuzzy jumper on! Oh, that's my boy! That's my boy. Yois. Sorry, I'll angle this down so you can see a little bit better. Baby boy. Hey, Amos. Look at the baby boy! Good boy. He's got a set of stuff on, looking real cute. That's my boy! Yes, hello. Yeah, that's one warm, cozy dag. Oh. Look, so friends, I really do want to finish this with you all.
Excuse me.
And as the guinea pigs are yelling at, I think you probably all noticed I have definitely hit the wall, friends. So, here's what I'd like to suggest. I'm going to save it here. And if we want to come back to Minerva's Den, we absolutely can. We didn't really get into the paint on why this DLC is so special, why it did so much to improve the opinion of Bioshock 2 as a piece of art. And there's still so much to talk about. And I guess that's a really cool place to be, you know? I hate leaving things unsaid when we have these great streams and we talk about these great games, but I'm definitely running out of steam. And you've seen that I've tried to discuss Borderlands with Sage 3 times in the last, like, 10 minutes. And then I'm like, ooh, drifty, shooty, gun bang, making friends with Poppy! So, yeah. I want to make sure that I'm not doing a terrible, terrible job. Yeah, Bright Karma, it's a game that honestly deserves full brain. So, let us return the favour that Hero to the People Dan Jones gave to us, and let's see where we can go after this. Obviously, I'm going to be running credits. Thank you all for a wonderful fucking day. Thank you all for throwing in so much weight behind the Great Bezos heist. Like, we are seriously kicking ass at this, and I haven't stopped to be able to think about how wonderfully overwhelming this will all be. When I have to actually sit down and be like, oh shit, everyone's been really cool to us. Oh shit. Okay, so, first things first, let me say my thank yous. And Scotty and everybody, if you could stick around till we can crash into some friendos, that way we can help pass forward our power. But no, seriously, thank you all so much. I have had such a good day. The conversation's been brilliant, the company's been excellent, the game's a fucking banger. I get to do this because of you lot. Thank you. So first off to Jackie Foxbutt, thank you for donations, because that goes straight in the key and lets us buy food. Shackle Draconis, Big Saxy, Vanderbeast, Favor 6, Lizzie T. Powell, Bacon Avenger, Kymble, Naru Hoodie, Pun Spectre Caffeine, and Angel Kalina. Feckin' thank you. You lot are throwing in a ton of cash in bits. That's what pays our rent. That's why we get to keep being here. To Caffeine, Lizzie T. Powell, and Rhymes and Moose, you glorious mother hubbards. Thank you kindly. And to Leveled Dagger, It's a Ghost Party, and Zinbots, thank you for the follows. Like, hopefully the conversation's been good and we get to have more of it. To Midnight Skyegis, Punchmore, Gilmar Greyjoy, Unholy Glee, Chris Ivnotis, I finally get it! Liz and You, Eprith, Fiona Creates, Sweatchevacham, Some Numbers and Relu, feckin' thank you. And to Hero to the People Dan Jones and Imperios Unlimited, you both brought in fucking massive raids! I was not ready. I was not ready for Imperios with 70, and I was not ready for Hero to the People Dan Jones with like 170, so fuck me running. But I mean it, all of you. Thank you. And Chris, I'm glad I could convey some of what slaps about this, you know what I mean? Okay. Alright, so I got two choices for you, friends. I got two choices. I've got video game art. I've got Lego Star Wars. I got video game, and by Lego Star Wars, I mean Lego kits of Star Wars. What strikes you fancy? Like I said, I really want to bring the thunder to one of these lovely Mother Hubbards. Lizzie saying Star Wars. Bright Karma says Lego. Immortal Lens says Lego. Brilliant. Some of you will hopefully have already met this lovely individual. We're going to go hang out with Sapience again. Sapience is one of the Jedi Masters of video game community management. So if they're down for talking about it, absolutely ask them about their video game stuff, alright? But I believe that is us for the evening. This was a fucking brilliant day. Just thank you all. I cannot promise this will be the only day that I talk your ear off about paratext in video games, but now that I'm thinking about, like, tier lists as paratext, like, my brain is jello, but, like, in a good way. Oh, Greybeard. That's really fucking kind of you to say, thank you. There will be no stream tomorrow. There is no stream tomorrow. I don't know what tomorrow's going to be like. If I can, I'll try and be on Discord and just hanging out, playing some games, building some Gandoms. There are some strange, nondescript group games I'd love to try with you all. And on Thursday, Zalavir is joining me for a co-op puzzle game. So we're going to be talking to Zalavir about all the games he's released this year, El Paso Nightmare, and Witch Stranding, and the Poker Night at the Inventory style game he has coming up next. So we've got tons to talk about, and if you haven't met Zalavir yet, he is absolutely somebody you should have a banter with. Right, fucking yo. Anyway, that's enough from me. Have an incredible rest of your night. Thank you for backing me up, you lovely mother hubbards. Let us heist! Let us heist like there is no heisting! And I'll see you on Thursday.